What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, June 4th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Texas softball is 2 wins away from a national championship. We will preview the Women's College World Series final between the Longhorns and the Red Raiders of Your Mark U. Plus, odds to make the college football playoff have been released. Where do the Longhorns stand amongst the nation's best? We've got plenty of Texas football recruiting to talk about. Of course, we are in the month of June, which is always a hot month for Steve Sarkisian on the recruiting trail. We've got the Stanley Cup Finals in hockey beginning tonight. We've got the NBA Finals starting tomorrow night. We've got a wild firing out of the association to dive into. We've got plenty of randomness as well, including a fight at Disney and maybe the worst list I've ever seen for college football. It is list season after all. And we've got a lot to dive into over the next couple of hours right here on TSU. Happy hump day to everybody out there. How are you doing, my man?
I'm good, man. Good. Beautiful morning this morning. Little lightning, early morning lightning here. Some places maybe with some light rain. Hadn't rained out this way yet, but it's kind of cool this morning. Kind of cool, but very humid. It's like it's real sticky. It's a feel like it's going to rain sometime today. You know, sort of like Houston. I shouldn't say it's cooler than it would feel in Houston, but it has that wetness feel out. You know, moisture all in the air. I think some places will get some rain today, and then we'll clear up Thursday and Friday, and a couple of chances next week, like Monday and Tuesday of next week. BK, it looks like real live rain again. So hopefully we're getting the rain that everybody's been kind of looking for. But the temperatures, this heat, this moisture in the ground coming up is the humidity sucks.
Mm.
Well, and it doesn't matter to me because I'm not going outside in it. I'm not even playing yard guy. I'm going out there. If it rains, I don't have to water anything, so I don't have to go look anything. I did bring a couple of cucumbers in from my garden.
There we go.
So things are starting to grow in my garden, and actually I got the grass guys coming to do some work. My grass looks good, but there's nothing out there. You know, generally I walk around the yard and try to figure out more things to kill and where I could plant something to die. I'm not going out there. I don't want to sweat. It's one of those deals where if you go out and walk around a couple times outside, you're just going to sweat. And there's no need to when I can lay up in the big taco.
Are you giving your cucumber out to your neighbors?
You know what? I'm going to keep a couple of my cukes to this year. I don't think I'm going to get them as crazy as I got them last year. They were growing on the fence of my garden, and I'm not giving up my cucumber. I'm going to keep it my big cucumber this year. I've given them a bunch of peppers because I've grown some green peppers, some red peppers. I got some orange ones and some yellow ones, but they all look hot to me. I haven't even taken a bite of them, and I don't know what to do with peppers. I can put them in sandwiches or whatever.
Sure.
You know, I like to put them in ham and cheese sandwich every once in a while, especially green peppers or the red ones that aren't hot. Bell peppers, I like those. But my neighbor he eats all of that stuff. He says it's good for the system. I'm like, not good for my system. It'll tear me up. So I give those folks, and in tune, you know, they give me dozens of eggs.
That's a good trade.
It's a great trade because they don't give me just one. They give me about 3 dozen when I need to have the eggs. And so we're like sharecroppers, you know, we're like sharing our farming thing. I get some tips from them about certain stuff. And, you know, I just, since they got rid of the cows, I don't know, they put up I got that shed that's like a building. They put up like what Texas had, their indoor facility. They have a dome there. And I know that thing has got to be hot inside, but they haven't started growing anything. Like during the winter months, they haven't figured out what they're going to do with this thing. It's been up for a year now. And I said, well, in the wintertime, you can start doing stuff immediately.
A little lettuce ranching?
Well, yeah, they just can't do anything. It's just too hot now, especially if they don't have it air conditioned. I mean, it's like a plasticky deal, and that son of a bitch is hot. I got to believe it's so hot inside of that. I'm going to go lose a couple pounds, go in there and sit probably.
There's a giant sauna right there.
Oh yeah, I'm not going near that thing. It just looks like a big balloon. Yeah, it looks like the deal that Texas had where they practice.
Oh, the old bubble?
And yeah, they have a bubble right beside my shed there.
How about that? Yeah, I
But
think
it's
they've
all
got
good, man.
AC in the practice bubble. It doesn't sound
This
like
one
you've got it
no,
next door.
no, they haven't figured out what they wanna do. They were talking about some water or something where they were gonna grow water or something. I don't know, vegetables from the water. I have no clue. They're exotic people. They like to do exotic. Like I said, they had those 3 cows that lived there for 4 years. And I just thought that they got rid of the cows. They said, well, they're not eating meat anymore because they got 1,000,000 chickens. I mean, it's like Roosterville over here, listening to that all day and night. And they got turkeys and they got ducks. So they got plenty of poultry around, but they got rid of the meat. I'm thinking it must have cost so much to feed those cows, you know, with those big hay bales and stuff. But
Sure. Is that a
yeah,
fair trade for you? The noise that you have to hear from the chickens in exchange for free eggs?
yeah, it's okay. The chickens are fine. It's just they have 2 roosters that just on the
Oh,
weekends when you want to at least try to sleep till 7, they start up their stuff at 3 in the morning, and
they
they're
go
like,
all day, don't they? Like people
they,
think that, in
no,
the
yeah.
cartoons, they just cock-a-doodle-doo like twice when the sun rises and then that's it. They're done for the day, but that's not the
I
case.
thought that all my life until I moved beside them.
Yep.
And I know people that have roosters in the city and stuff like that who had to put up with that must lose their mind in those neighborhoods where because they are loud and they go all day. They don't stop. They're still doing it at 3 o'clock in the afternoon,
Hmm.
and it's annoying. But I get to take my lovely wife to a movie today on our anniversary, our 7th anniversary. So
Happy
kind of
anniversary. That's awesome.
kind of kind of cool. I've been
7
married for
years.
7 years. Yeah.
Very
Doesn't
good.
seem like that. Doesn't seem like that long. She said, "It seems longer to her." I said, "Of course it does to you."
Well, you
But
guys
yeah,
got married on an Alaskan cruise, right?
yeah, we were. I was part of the cruise and went off and got married in Juneau, Alaska.
How about that?
Yeah, and so 7 years. I've known her for 10 years, and so it's been fun.
What movie are you guys seeing for your anniversary?
Mission Impossible.
Oh, a little Tom Cruise action.
Yeah, that son of a gun lasts. I think it says for almost close to 3 hours.
Oh
That'll give
man,
me it'll give me at least an hour of sleeping time.
that's the best part of going to the movie theater. You got those comfortable chairs. It's dark as hell in there. You could get a little shut eye with ease.
And I'm getting to do milk duds today, brother.
Is that an innuendo or is that a?
No, oh no, no, no. I'm a
No,
milk dud guy.
no, it's the snack you're gonna eat. You're gonna pay
Yeah,
$8 for a carton of Milk Duds at
it's
the
all right.
theater.
Probably going to pay 20 for the thing of popcorn and a
Oh,
drink, but I'm going to go. I'm definitely doing milk duds. I'm not. I don't go to movies unless I get at least. I didn't get milk duds last time. I got that big thing of popcorn and a drink, and then all the refills that you want for like a $28 box of popcorn, plenty of butter.
I just
So I'm excited. I'm excited to see this Tom Cruise because it's the last one. You know that.
Yeah, I think they've said that about the last 6 Mission Impossible movies, so I'm
Yeah,
sure there will be another one in a couple of years.
I'm kind of thinking, what the hell can they do? I've seen enough of the unbelievable stuff that old dude, and he does a lot of stunts. He's still stunting himself. I'm like, what else does this guy want to do? I mean, really? But it'll be fun. It'll be a nice anniversary, so I'm excited about it. Had a nice dinner here. Going to go to a place in the Galleria midday for half dinner, half lunch. So
There we
I'm
go.
excited. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for the wonderful job that you do to you and your families. And do be safe out there, please.
Yes, indeed. Happy anniversary to the Godbolts, and this is the 8th Mission Impossible movie. The first one came out on
Wow.
May 22nd, 1996, so we've almost spanned 3 decades of Mission Impossible. Kind of feels pretty possible at this point, but you're supposedly seeing the last one tonight, and yeah, I just looked up the runtime for Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning, 2 hours and 50 minutes.
Okay, it's 3 hours, a 3 hour deal.
Oh yeah, you got the teasers, the trailers, the credits, all of those things combined will push you over the 3 hour mark for
Oh my
sure.
God.
Good luck to you. Godspeed, my
Wow,
friend.
wow. You know what? And I've seen a couple of these Mission Impossibles. I've enjoyed them. I just, it's like the movie with the guys with the car. What was that?
Fast and Furious.
Yeah, it's like, what else can you do that's
Be
impossible?
faster and more furious,
I guess.
There's always ways to be faster and more furious.
I gotta believe Tom Cruise will go down as one of the great. Is it action? Would you call him? He's just an actor. He does it all, right? He's not just an action. He's turned into an action guy later in his career, but I got to believe that he'll go down as one of the great actors of all time.
He's definitely going to go down as one of the great Scientologists of all time.
Yeah.
There's no debate about that. That guy has done a tremendous job raising popularity and awareness to that religion.
Whatever that is, yeah.
Yeah, but no, I mean, you look at, he's been in some of the most popular movies ever. The Mission Impossibles with Top Gun.
Oh, yeah.
With Jerry Maguire. A Few Good Men. I mean, he's had some just ginormous roles in some hugely popular movies. So, yeah, I mean, he's 62. We'll see if this is truly the last Mission Impossible movie, but I'm sure there are a few more roles he's going to play before his time on this earth is all said and done. So, yeah, he's one of the greats for sure. He's about your height, 5'3", but he does a great job just about everything that he's in.
And a great job running, because he's running in all his flicks.
He does. He'll be running tonight. He'll be
running. I guarantee he'll be taking off and going.
Yeah, that's what he does. All right.
He looks like Kyler Murray. He's got those little Kyler Murray legs.
Oh, that feels like a compliment for Tom Cruise. If you're saying he's running like Kyler Murray, he's one of the fastest people in the NFL.
He's an arm guy. He's a straight arm guy. He doesn't go out here. He gets them up in here.
Yeah, only I think we've got some exclusive video of Tom Cruise walking into the midnight premiere of Mission Impossible. Look, there he goes.
Hey, Tom.
Good to see you, Tom. Thanks for showing up to the movies.
My goodness. Hey, you want to pay? You want to pay to get in?
Doesn't need to. He's the actor, and he could just slide right under the turnstiles, and it's all good.
And how's your trip going?
Good, man. I'm living your dream over these next couple of days.
Yes, you are.
I think I'm headed back to the city tonight to catch a Yankees game.
Oh, man.
The New York Yankees hosting the Guardians of the Galaxy. Speaking of movies.
Very nice.
So hoping to be. I've been to the stadium before, but it's been a while since I've been to the new Yankee Stadium up
I
here.
have never been in the new Yankee Stadium.
Okay. I never made it to the old one. I mean, they're right next to each other. So, they still have a lot of enshrinements for the old one. But never got to the old one, but have been to the new one, I don't know, maybe 7 or 8 years ago at this point. But looking forward. So I'll send you some pictures. And then tomorrow is the Amtrak day, Buck.
Yeah, man. Get ready. All aboard.
Do I need the conductor's hat? You said they'd kick me off if I was wearing a conductor's cap.
You can't imitate a conductor. That's like imitating a police officer. Yeah, you can get in trouble for that.
What do I need a bit for the Amtrak. Like, what do I need to do? Do I need to have like an alter ego? Do I need a costume? Do I need to say something? What do I do to these Amtrak folks?
Go in blackface and pretend you're a porter on the old Amtrak. See how that works.
Okay. That's one suggestion.
See how that bid goes from New York to Boston.
I don't know if that's
they would get a kick out of that, and so would I.
Yeah, they'd kick me a few times, I think, if I rolled up in blackface on the Amtrak.
If you rolled up in blackface and say, "Sir, would you like some tea?" That would be awesome.
Yeah. I don't know if it'd be awesome for me.
That's what I'm saying, but it would be awesome for the people. The people would they would be in shock. They would just, oh my goodness.
Hey, if you're a believer in all pub is good pub, then that could be.
Oh, that would be a great bit. Let me tell you, that would get national pub right there.
I was going to say everybody would know about
blackface.
Oh, TSU would be the biggest sports network in the world if that happened.
Oh my gosh!
I got to take one for the team, I guess, don't I?
You'd be on the 4-letter network. You'd be on all of them. The 2-letter network. They would have you. You'd be on national news.
Yeah, I'd probably.
David Muir. Hey, David Muir would want to interview and say, "How did you come up with that idea?" Oh goodness! And hey, keep my name out of it. I didn't think of that kind of stuff.
Oh, we've got the tape. You kidding me? People are going to be looking into my background, and they'll be looking into this show, and it's like, oh, he got the idea from Bucky. That's the guy.
Oh my goodness!
Who set this up? So you'll be dragged down with me if that's the move.
Oh, what a nice trip though, from New York
Yeah.
to Boston on the Amtrak. That's wait till you start getting that thing going and you think you're gonna be flying, and all of a sudden it starts to come to a
Yeah, I'm going to be locked in, right? I'm going to be awake the whole time and soaking in everything there is to
I will
soak
say
in with
this
the
about this
Amtrak.
trip for you. I would say that if you had the time, you would do something like that from Austin to Boston. If you had the time instead of flying Delta and doing the stuff that you've done. If you had a couple of those kind of days where you can just sit, read, walk the train, I would say you would do that before you take a chance on Delta.
Ah,
And that's how good that little trip is gonna be.
man, that's so inefficient, though.
It is. It is.
Like, they don't stop, too. I'd be on the train the whole time. So that's what, like 2 or 3 days of just sitting in one place and stopping every hour at every city there is to stop
It's
at.
interesting to see how far is it from Austin to Boston if it was a nonstop, because that thing gets a pretty good speed.
Okay.
Forget the damsels in distress that are laying across the track that you're gonna have to stop for,
We're not stopping for them.
or you'll be stopping for cows and shit like that, though.
Whatever, dude. I'm like you on the airplanes. We're not stopping this train for anything. I've learned from Walter White, nothing stops this train.
No, nothing. If they got kids tied to the rail, we just gotta keep on going with just one less kid.
Yeah, I'm seeing a 27-hour drive by car from Austin to Boston. So uh, I think the train goes faster than a car. Obviously, you don't have
Yes.
to deal with traffic, but you do have to deal with a bunch of stops that you wouldn't have to make if you were in a normal passenger vehicle. So that's a lot of time to spend in one train and on one bus.
Yeah, but you get to move from car to car in the train. You get to meet people in one car, you walk through to the next.
Now that's a
You get
bet
if
payoff right there. We did the
oof.
Greyhound bus to and from El Paso. That was about 14 hours each way. You're
Oh,
doing,
that 14 hours that was each
yeah,
way?
each way. Yep. 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 If you're doing that
Yeah,
to Boston, that's double that.
I'd have found a way to take a fork and stick it in my neck.
Thought about it.
That's horrifying.
And there were enough criminals on that train where they could have done it for me.
Yeah, they had their own gear to get rid of you.
Oh man, it would have been easy for them. All right, so we'll talk more about that. That'll be on Friday's show because the Amtrak trip is after tomorrow's show. So we'll have some pictures and some details from that experience, and we'll see if I'm as high on the Amtrak as the Buck is.
Dude, I'll just say this, there's a lot going on with women's softball, the finals in the NBA. How did Tibbs get fired? What is wrong with the Knicks? That is like the weirdest thing that I don't get that.
Yeah, well, we can open up the sports conversation with
Yeah.
that because that was probably the biggest story in the sports world yesterday. The New York Knicks, just 3 days after getting bounced from the Eastern Conference Final, have fired Tom Thibodeau. Mind you, this is the first time since 2000 that the Knicks made it this far into the playoffs. Mind you, Tibbs is the first Knicks coach to win 50-plus games in back-to-back seasons since 1995. Mind you, the Knicks' 13 previous head coaches won a combined one playoff series. Tom Thibodeau had won 4 in his first 5 years at MSG, and he is gone from the Knicks. Crazy.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just the handling of certain guys that he didn't do a good job of, or guys that played more like Bridges, you know, he had a really, really nice, playoff series, but his season, I don't know if he had a lot of playing time. It's got to be about playing time with individuals and how he handled the regular season. Even though they got to the playoff, it doesn't matter. You get to the playoffs.
Well, here's okay. We'll try to rationalize this like a normal organization would. And to me, the only way a normal team would make a move like this right now is if a superstar player went to management and said, I can't play for this guy anymore.
Yes.
He's not the right guy. He doesn't know what he's doing. Like, I'm the voice of the locker room. I've talked to all of my teammates. We all feel the same way. We have to make this move for us to take the next step and get to an NBA Finals. That's like the only way. Because again, this is the best year the Knicks have had in 2.5 decades. They were a couple of wins away from an NBA Finals, and they've got a pretty young team. Like, it's not like, they're losing a bunch of guys in free agency, or this was their last hurrah, because they've got a bunch of guys in their late 30s and 40s who they had to get it done this year, and now the Knicks have to go through a rebuild. No,
They signed Brunson to a nice long deal.
Yeah, they've got Brunson. They made the Towns trade. I mean, they've got OG signed long term. They got Bridges under contract. I mean, they've got that core that's going to be around for another season. And the Knicks took steps. I know they've lost to the Pacers in back-to-back years, but they lost in round 2 last year. They lost in round 3 this year, so they're still seemingly trending in the right direction. So again,
it's typical New York Knicks way of doing things. It just seems that way.
So that's it, right? So the rational way is, again, it's like the players went to management and said, we need somebody else. But we're talking about the Knicks here. They never think rationally. We're talking about James Dolan. So my thought is either James Dolan, the owner, or Leon Rose, the GM, who also doesn't have the best reputation of making the smartest decisions. One of those guys just went rogue and said, no, I'm not happy with losing to the Pacers 2 years in a row. We were favored in this series. I'm not thrilled that we couldn't get it done. So we've got to make a change.
I'm just mad. I'm going to clear out the head coach. So because I'm mad today.
Yeah. Yeah. Like that is the Knicks way, right? Again, most rational teams wouldn't think like that. They would run it back for at least one more year. Look, if things don't work out next year, I would understand Tibbs getting fired, right? If the Knicks took a little bit of a step back next season and maybe got bounced in the first round of the playoffs, then it's okay. He's done all he can do, but let's bring in somebody else. Kind of like what Golden State did when they let go of Mark Jackson and brought in Steve Kerr. It's like Jackson was doing fine. He had that team trending in the right direction, but it's clear that they kind of hit their ceiling and they needed to do something different. Again, it still feels like the Knicks are going the right way. So I would have given this thing at least one more year to see if Tibbs can lead that team to the finals.
I'm looking at a guy who's a defensive-minded coach that had an offensive type of basketball team and really did well scoring the basketball. I think they could have been better on defense. Now it's like, okay, now we have the offense. Let's let this guy do what he does best. Let's let him get these guys playing a little bit of better defense, and maybe things will change because we can see what they can do offensively. But now to get rid of them, now you got to start over. What kind of coach are you going to get now?
Well, that's the question, right? Where do the Knicks go from here? And again, if you're thinking rationally, the Knicks have to have a guy in mind, right?
Sure.
Like they're not about to open up they might fake it and act like they're doing some widespread coaching search, but like I think they have to have something kind of done already under the table.
Yeah.
If they were willing to make this move. And the obvious name, or at least the first name that comes to mind, our guy John brings this up, Mike Malone. The recently fired coach of the Denver Nuggets, who led the Nuggets to a championship a few seasons ago. He got unceremoniously fired with 1 week left in the regular season this year. Like, that's a guy, I don't know how much better of a coach he is than Tom Thibodeau, but he's got that thing on his resume that Tibbs doesn't have, an NBA championship. So maybe the Knicks are like, all right, let's bring in a guy who's won it before, so he knows what you have to do to get to the peak of the mountaintop. I would think he is the lead candidate to replace Tibbs right now, but I don't know.
Well, I mean, there's Giannis talk there, so that helps you defensively and offensively. If that dude comes there with that group, look out.
Yeah, you wonder. Giannis isn't a free agent, so the Knicks would have to give up a few key pieces to go get him.
I'll give up. There's a few of them I'd give up to get that dude.
Oh, for sure. I mean, if you could pair Giannis with Jalen Brunson and, maybe you keep Karl Anthony Towns in the fold too. I mean, yeah, the Knicks, they instantly vault to the top of the list of contenders for the 25-26 season. So you understand why they'd be interested. But, man, I just, this shocked me yesterday. It really did.
I thought he was one of the real safe guys after what they did offensively this year.
I mean, you have your best year in 25 years, and it's like you should be safe. But again, it's kind of been a theme in the NBA this year. Coaches that you didn't think were going to get fired got fired. We saw it with Mike Malone in Denver. We saw it in Memphis, right? The Grizzlies fired their coach 2 weeks before making the playoffs. And now we see the Knicks firing their coach 3 days after their best run in more than 2 decades. Just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. We've got some exclusive sound here, Buck. Our TSU crack staff has been hard at work. I've been up in New York, so I've been able to send
people. Yeah,
I've been able to send some of our crew around the city. And we caught up with recently fired head coach Tom Thibodeau. And nobody else has heard this. Nobody else has seen this. Here's some exclusive sound from the recently fired New York Knicks head coach.
The Knicks just fired me. And even by New York standards, this was a backstab for the ages. Sure, I get that people have short memories, but dial the clock back 5 years. This team couldn't win more than 20 games, hadn't been to the playoffs in 8 seasons. And I went to work from day one, dragging these bastards out of a dumpster. In my first year, I turned one of the worst defenses into one of the best, made the 4th seed in the East with a limited roster, and won coach of the year. I didn't stop there. We kept on the grind. We improved every damn season, step by step. Finally, this year, we make it to the conference finals for the first time in over 2 decades. We get a whiff of success, and the incompetent morons who run this franchise, James Dolan and Leon Rose, they looked down at the garden floor and saw Kylie Jenner's fun bags glinting under the bright lights. It must have burned their retinas, must have blinded them into thinking they were watching the '96 Bulls, and that we were somehow entitled to make it to the NBA Finals, despite the fact we had guys like Josh Hart contributing as many turnovers as buckets, guys like OG and Cat forgetting how to play defense, and our supposed leader, Jalen Brunson, was throwing up bricks like Bronny James. Even Helen Keller could have seen plain as day that my players me. But Knicks management is doing what they do best, squandering opportunity. Just ask Pat Ewing about that. These guys haven't won a chip since I was a teenager, and I'll probably be in the ground before they win another. Anyway, see you guys around.
Thanks, Coach.
Quick ending there from Tom Thibodeau. Wow. How about those accusations saying that James Dolan and Leon Rose got lost in Kylie Jenner's fun bags glistening in the MSG lights?
That place was packed every night that they played at home. I mean, just packed.
Oh, packed.
With stars and people wanting to see this team, and the team, 25 years, dude. That's like that. I mean, you're making progress. Why would you do that now?
Maybe Timothy Chalamet made the call to James Dolan and said,
I'll say this. That thing better change. That better change. That year one for whoever the head coach is going to be miserable if they don't get it done.
That's the thing. It's a pretty tough situation. Look, someone's going to want this job. I mean, there's only 30 of these jobs in the world, and it's the freaking New York Knicks, right? Like, they've got a great team. They've got a great core, and they're going to be contending. So people are going to be lining up at James Dolan's door to try to convince him that they're the right guy for this position. But don't the Knicks have to make the finals next year for this to feel like the right move?
I believe so.
Like, they made it to the conference finals this year, so you clearly thought the guy you had wasn't good enough. So don't you have to get further for this to feel like? Again,
well, you can't let the Pacers beat you again. That's for sure.
Right. And look, Tibbs wasn't perfect. I mean, we talked about it. Rick Carlisle outcoached him in this series, but it's not like Indiana was bad. I know they were a lower seed, but they won one fewer game than the Knicks did this season. So it's not like so they just lost to some horrible team. No, the Pacers made it to the conference final last year. Like, that's a good team. They've got a great core. They've got a great coach who's won a title before. It wasn't an embarrassing loss by the Knicks. And again, Tibbs, I didn't think had his best series coaching, but I think he did a lot of things right. And he kind of referenced it in that clip we just played. The Knicks won 21 games the year before Tibbs got there. They won 17 games the year before that. I mean, they hadn't made the playoffs since 2013, and in his 5 seasons, he got them there 4 times. So we'll see. Time will tell if they get this one right, but it's very interesting.
Maybe the Mavs and their wisdom will be ready to get rid of Jason Kidd.
No, the Mavs don't have a whole lot of wisdom these days.
So that
they just have rigging going on.
Oh my goodness,
that's the best thing going for the Mavs is the ping pong balls falling in their favor, legitly, of course. But yeah, no, Tibbs will land on his feet. I mean, if he wants a coaching job, I think he's going to get a coaching job. I don't know if there are any available right now. Like, most of the teams who fire their coaches, miss the playoffs, so they make their moves right after the season is over. And I don't think there are any other vacancies right now besides New York.
I know JJ Riddick better hurry up and get things done in LA. That's not going to be a long relationship if they don't get to these playoffs.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. And the Lakers, they made the playoffs this year, but they got bounced in round one in just
Yeah,
5 games by a lower seed. So yeah, I think
yeah.
JJ will get another year, but
Well, yeah, for
if
sure.
if
But that's about it. That'll end in a hurry. He'll
right,
be
and
back on TV.
we've seen LeBron run through coaches like women run through clothes, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
that'll be quick.
if he's not happy, then he'll call the shot there and make the move. So we'll see what happens in LA. And yeah, maybe that's where Tom Thibodeau ends up a year from now. Who knows? Who knows? But that was a big move that sent major shockwaves around the association
Yeah, I
yesterday.
mean, I would think you would try to keep Tibbs and try to get what you try to do is if Giannis is if you get the big cat and you get Giannis on the same team, boy, now you're talking about a defensive team and offensive team.
I know.
If that
But
was
dude,
your move, it seemed like he would be the perfect coach for it.
the Knicks beat the Celtics. Like, that's their biggest rival. And that was the team that won it all last year. That was the team that was favored to win it all this year.
Yes.
Like, everybody was picking Boston in that series. And New York won in 6 games.
Yeah,
And it's
that's
like,
nuts.
how did they forget that already? I know
Yeah,
we're
they
all,
did.
what have you done for me lately? But that wasn't very long ago that they did that, no?
Oh no, they're on top of the world. They think they're on top of the world, taking 25 years to get to where they got. So they get rid of the guy who got them there.
Yeah. Again, Mike Malone's the name to look at. You wonder if maybe Danny Hurley, UConn's coach, who was linked to the Lakers job last year before he signed an extension at UConn. Maybe Danny Hurley wanting to stay on the East Coast. Could the Knicks go after him? Could they go after Rick freaking Pitino?
Woo.
Speaking of New York,
I would say they'd give Patino a chance.
Pitino's 72. Obviously, he was the head coach of the Knicks for a few years back in the 80s. I had to double check the years to make sure I
Oh
had.
my God.
Yeah, he's coached the Knicks and he coached the Celtics back in the day. It's been a long time though since he's been on an NBA bench.
I don't think they're moving. If they got a chance to get Hurley, and if there's anywhere he'd go, that would be it, wouldn't it? Right there.
I would
Seems like it.
think. And he gets to stay in the city. And I don't know how many college jobs he'd leave for at this point, but you get to stay kind of where you are and coach the Knicks again. That I think he probably would say yes if offered. But you can't do that if you're the Knicks, right? You're screwing your college team by taking away from St. John's, and I think you're kind of screwing your NBA team because I don't think Pitino's the dude at this
Yeah,
stage in
that's
his
tough.
career.
I just think they had the dude. I just thought
Yeah,
as I watched them play over the last couple of years, I just thought they were getting better.
I did too, and
I mean,
you're
it's
not alone.
noticeable that they gotten better. They
Yeah,
haven't hit their stride where they are a defensive team because it's the NBA and you got to have offense. And they were doing that, but they didn't play well enough on defense. And that guy was eventually going to get them to that point. And you could see it this year. But I'm like, so why would you get rid of him? You're right. Somebody said something to somebody.
yeah. You wonder if Jalen Brunson. I feel like Jalen Brunson's the only guy who is good enough to have the power to get a coach fired, right? Like Karl
Yeah,
Anthony Towns. Towns has only been there for 1 year. If he went to management and said, "You got to get rid of this guy," management would have laughed in his face. Same
yeah, they
thing with
got rid of him
Bridges.
first.
Yeah, Bridges, Anunoby. I mean, those guys are all good players. Don't want to take any unnecessary shots at them, but Brunson's obviously the superstar on that team, and he's the guy who could make that move if he wanted to. But again, I don't think this was Brunson. I think this was just the Knicks being the Knicks.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think right from the beginning, it's the Knicks being the Knicks. This is what they do.
And I
They
think,
sabotage their program. So
yeah, and I think my last thought on this is they look at who they lost to, right?
oh
Indiana.
yeah.
And the Pacers went out and hired Rick Carlisle a few years ago. Carlisle was an NBA championship winning head coach. He won it with a different team, obviously with Dallas back in 2011. That's why I think Mike Malone is the obvious fit here. It's like the Knicks are like, okay, what are they doing that we're not doing? Why do they keep beating us here? Oh, maybe it's the coach. They have a coach who's won a championship. Maybe that's what we need to help us get over that hump. So I'd be surprised. Again, I don't have any insider sources on this. There's no Woj tweet or Shams tweet saying that this is inevitable, but I would be pretty surprised if Mike Malone isn't the guy in New York.
Dude, they're liable to hire somebody like Doc Rivers, try to yank him away.
Oh
I mean,
my
that
God.
sounds like the Knicks, doesn't it?
That'd be the funniest thing ever.
Oh my God.
That's very Knicks if that happened.
It is.
Oh,
You're right.
Please. All right. We'll take your thoughts. The code to text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. We've got plenty of Texas football to dive into.
Only bit better than that is you going blackface on the Amtrak.
That's better than the Knicks firing Tibbs.
No, getting Malone, having Doc Rivers show up as their head coach. That would be so fun. That's a great bit. That would be great. That would be so Knicks-like.
What would New Yorkers hate more, Doc Rivers getting hired or me showing up in blackface on their
Doc
Amtrak?
Rivers. Doc Rivers, they would like your bit. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
your bit would be better than Doc Rivers. I can't even imagine what the New York papers would be like.
That'd be awesome.
Man.
Sign me up for it. All right, we'll shift gears here in a minute and talk plenty of Longhorn sports. But before we do, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Good morning to Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick with that incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, folks. We love the folks over at Sue Patrick. 5222 Burnett Road. They've got tons of those Texas-themed gifts, items, women and men's clothing. They got all the caps that you need. They got all the gear, the golf gear, the polos. Wonderful polos, man. Tommy Bahamas, you name it, Columbia, they've got it all at Sue Patrick's. Plus, they offer free shipping on online orders over 49 bones, free curbside pickup, and plenty of free parking, folks. You don't want to be out there sweating around trying to find a parking space and then going into the air-conditioned store and then right back out into the sweat box. At Sue Patrick's, you just take a couple steps and you're right there in that wonderful store. And you won't be leaving for a while once you get inside, for sure. 5222 Burnett Road or SuePatrick.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Sue Patrick. Shout out to OLIPOP as well.
Man.
Our friends at Sue Patrick always hook us up with a couple of cans of OLIPOP whenever we're doing a live broadcast from their store. But you'll see us drinking OLIPOP all the time on TSU. We are believers, and if you try it, we think you will be too. OLIPOP is a new kind of soda. That's their slogan. That's what they are. It's great tasting soda that's actually good for you. You love the taste of soda. You hate the ingredients. You hate what it does to your body. You know it's bad for you. You know you shouldn't be drinking it. That's the problem. OLIPOP found the solution. 9 grams of fiber in every can. You've got prebiotics, plant fibers, and botanicals in every can. Ingredients that support good digestive health. There's hardly any sugar. There's very few calories. You can finally feel good about drinking soda. And most importantly for me, the taste is absolutely there. They've got 19 different flavors. If you haven't tried them yet, you are missing out. But there's definitely one for you. Pick some up wherever you buy your groceries. You don't have to go far. You don't have to go to some random health shop to buy this stuff. They got you at H-E-B, Walmart, Target, Costco, Whole Foods, wherever you go. Make sure you are shopping OLIPOP.
Love OLIPOP, man. Got to have some next week when we go to see Jay.
Yes,
over
indeed.
at Sue Patrick. Love to have some nice grape, Jay. Grape for Bucky. Don't try to throw in that watermelon. I know you want to, but that could be like BK going blackface. You throw watermelon at me. That's going to be a problem.
I don't think you drinking a watermelon lime OLIPOP is the same as me donning blackface on a cross-state trip.
Oh, man.
That's just an opinion, though. It's not fact.
Oh, my God.
Just my 2 cents that are worth less
They have
than one.
19 varieties, Jay. You know I'm not a watermelon fan. Too sticky for my hands. Hand model. Don't forget that.
You don't like watermelon at all?
I only like watermelon with a fork. You know I eat stuff with forks. I eat chicken with a fork. You know, I was forking it up last night. My wife made some chicken, and of course I didn't touch it. I can't, man. I can't. That yard bird can't mess around. These hands are very, very sensitive. Myself and Andy Reid, we're hand models. We once a hand model, BK, always a hand model.
Okay.
Even as you get older and arthritis sets in, there's still that look of those fabulous hands, and I've got them.
I was going to ask, when's your next modeling gig for those hands?
Well, I don't know. You know, they've been trying to get me my Bethlehem Catholic year, but bicentennial year is coming up for my high school. They may want to rethink of having me put my hands back in there for the new Bethlehem Catholic high school ring. I may talk to them about that. Although I may not be going to the bicentennial events, though.
What is the bicentennial? Does that mean it's been 200 years since you've been to high school?
I think it's 100 years. Which that would make it the centennial, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think.
I just went to my 50th class reunion. When was that? When I fell out of I didn't fall out of the porta potty, but they wouldn't let me into school. That was like last year, the year before last.
Yeah, I mean, that was during the TSU era for sure.
So
So
my
within the
school had been
last 2
around.
years.
My school had been around way before that, but there weren't any brothers in there.
Mm.
Hell, there weren't any Puerto Ricans in there either. It was whites only, I believe, there in those early years of the private school. But I think it says bicentennial. I got to check it out. I've been getting some things. Will I attend the events?
And
I don't know. Some of the old girls back from high school, they're either divorced for 6 or 7 times or the husbands are dead. Why not?
why not? Well,
Why
it is your
not?
7th anniversary today with your lovely wife. So maybe
Yeah,
that's the answer to that question.
that was a quick answer.
Yeah. Congrats. I knew you were old. I didn't realize it had been 200 years since you graduated. So that's good
No,
that you're
it's got
getting
to be the
invited.
centennial. It's going to be centennial, yes.
Maybe it's just the anniversary of the school. Is that what it is?
Anniversary of the school itself, so it's got to be at least
Yeah.
100.
100 years. Yeah, that checks out. That's a thing. That is very much a thing. All
It is
right.
a thing, man.
Good stuff. Quick shout out to centextickets.com. Hey, Texas Tech softball game 1 tonight in Oklahoma City. Some of you are already up there. Some of you may be making the trip up there today. If you want to be at the ballpark to watch Texas take on your Mark U with a chance to win a national championship, head over to centextickets.com. If you're not going up to Oklahoma City, they got tickets to the Texas Stars game tonight, game 4 of the West Final against Abbotsford. They got you covered with tickets online at centextickets.com. Any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything you want to be at, use that promo code CENTEX10 to get 10% off of your purchase. Don't forget to do that, but make sure when you're buying your tickets, you're shopping local and you're shopping a place that's not going to hit you with a bunch of random hidden fees either, because those are such a pain in the ass if you're buying tickets online. Centex Tickets has you covered. Again, centextickets.com. All right, Bob.
Nice.
We've got a couple of different Texas football items to dive into today. I'm going to give you the choice of where we go first.
No more Garricks, no more specialists coming in.
No more neo-Nazis coming in to play football at the University of Texas. And if you're curious as to what I'm talking about, yesterday we talked about the Longhorns landing a commitment from a punter in the
Lou
class
Gehrig.
of 2026, and his name was Gehrig Heil, Heil. And, there are better last names to have in 2025. But, yeah, maybe at the back of his jersey we'll say Gehrig, and we can just call him Lou Gehrig. I like that.
Punter.
Or punter. Yeah, because then
Well,
he's
if he gets
disease.
to start, he's just going to be the punter.
Well, who would you rather be, Hitler guy or disease guy?
I don't know. Disease guy, I'm going to say. Maybe there's not any thought on that. I'd rather be disease guy. Plus, he's a Yankee.
Lou Gehrig invented a disease. Like, that's not a good thing to invent.
Well, I've got my dog named Lou.
Yeah, you do.
No, I'm just gonna go with the dude who's just gonna be punter.
Okay, punter. I like that. That's the safest of our options.
And that's what most coaches there are gonna call to most people anyway. Hey, punter, come here.
Tom Herman would if he was still here.
Most do. Most coaches do. So, what's your kicker's name? Oh no, I just call him kicker.
Yeah, that's all he needs. That's all he needs. All right, so we've got the odds to make the college football playoff according to the ESPN FPI, and we've got the worst list of the college football offseason that involves the University of Texas. So where do you want to go first? We'll hit both of these today. But
Okay, let's go with worse. Let's go with worse.
All right, so it is list season in college football as we are counting down the days to the season opener. And we've talked about a number of lists on this show throughout the course of the offseason, right? Best teams in college football, best quarterbacks in college football, most likely to do this season. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what a list is. I think I've stumbled upon the worst list of the entire college football offseason. Maybe the worst list of any college football offseason. And I don't think I am overcooking this thing here, Buck.
Wow.
This is from Locked On the Portal. Now, I work for the Locked On Network. Check out Locked On Longhorns whenever you're done listening to your TSU programming today. So I don't know if they're going to love me dunking on them right now, but I have to because this is the worst list that I have maybe ever seen. Locked On the Portal released their top 12 recruiting head coaches in college football in 2025. And I'll do a little bit of screen share, but we'll also run down this list to make sure we're appeasing those of you who are tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app this morning. The top 12 recruiting head coaches. Kirby Smart, number 1. Mario Cristobal, number 2.
Okay, we're just talking about recruiting coaches.
This is just recruiting here. Not the best head coaches in the sport, just the best recruiting head coaches in the sport.
Okay.
You got Ryan Day at Ohio State, number 3.
All right.
Dan Lanning at Oregon, number 4. Your guy, James Franklin at Penn State, number 5. Marcus Freeman, number 6. Hugh Freeze at Auburn, number 7. Dabo Sweeney, number 8. Syracuse's Fran Brown, number 9.
That dude just got there.
Rounding out the top 10, the Lane Train, Joey Freshwater at Ole Miss. And again, I mentioned it's a top 12 list. How about Mike Elko, number 11, and the fire hose drinker Brent Venables at number 12.
There's a little hatred here.
You know who's not on this list, Buck?
Yeah, the head coach of the University of Texas.
The head coach that just brought in the number 1 recruiting class in America is not a top 12 recruiting head coach?
That maybe does somebody just forget? Does somebody forget the university? Did they just forget? Maybe they had to, because nobody. I mean, even the dumbest of dumb is going to have the guy in the top 10.
They've got Syracuse.
He just got there like last year.
It's Syracuse. I don't care if he's been there for 30 years. Like, when has Syracuse ever recruited at the level the University of Texas has? I mean, Sark, forget Fran Brown. We keep talking about him. Sark should be top 3 on this list.
Well, but even if that means somebody forgot Texas, period. Somebody who made the list on that particular day, they made the list and they haven't come and corrected it yet. This is to be corrected. It just got out that way.
Yeah.
It was an accident, and somebody didn't do their homework and left Texas out, period. Because they wouldn't, even if you go back to that, somebody's going to call you and say, you forgot the University of Texas head coach. And then wouldn't you come back and then fix that?
You would think. I mean, that's the only reasonable explanation that Steve Sarkisian is on here, right? Like, they just forgot. Like, somehow you're putting together a list.
This is not about hating the University of Texas. This is just an oversight.
I think. Like, I don't know that for sure.
Yeah, I got to believe it's just an oversight. That's all.
That's the only way to kind of justify it. Now, the response to that would be, well, how do you oversight Texas and Steve Sarkisian? Like, if you're covering recruiting and you're talking about
stuff happens.
Like, to fill out this list isn't the first thing you do. Let me look at this past cycle's recruiting classes.
Well, I would have done that.
Whoever
made the list, I would have done all of the above. I would have looked at 4 magazines just to be look at the magazines from last year to this year, for 2 years ago. I mean, I would have just done that just to cover some bases. But it just looks like that's just an oversight. That's all.
Well, I mean, you've got A&M and Oklahoma on this list. Wouldn't putting both of those coaches here remind you that the University of Texas exists?
People make mistakes.
You're putting all of their biggest rivals who haven't recruited as well as Steve Sarkisian on this list ahead of Steve Sarkisian?
Does this go to the whole site, or does it just go to an individual that did this? Probably just goes to an individual.
Yeah, I think it's it's an individual who works for the network, but he runs the their transfer portal and recruiting conversations. So this is a guy who's not supposed to be forgetting big names like this.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things that happen, and you do, because if you called and talked to that person personally and said, hey, listen, you don't have Sark on here from University of Texas. You don't have the word Texas in there at all. He would say, oh, that's just, I screwed that up. But I would think that would get fixed in a hurry. How long has that been sitting around?
A couple of days now.
Woo.
Yeah.
I got a feeling it won't sit around for very long now.
Again, I think you're right. I think your hunch is dead on, but you wonder, does the guy
people just make mistakes, man. I don't think that's malicious. I don't think that's a shot at Texas because they hate to. I just think it's an oversight that just needed to be. If you said it to that person who did it, and you said, you don't have the head coach of the University of Texas that was just in 2 semifinals and has had the best recruiting class in college football over the last couple of years, he would go, "Oh shit, I made a mistake." That would be an oversight. That's all. That's not like I hate Texas. They wouldn't do that.
As it again, I think you're right, but you wonder. Oh, look, people when they make these lists, they want people talking about their lists, right? People will have ridiculously hot takes that make no sense just because
This one's not even hot. This one's not even hot. It's silly.
It's scorching. Well, it is silly.
Yeah.
Like that's how hot it is. It's silly. It's stupid. It makes no sense. But some people will say, Stephen A. Smith is ESPN's highest paid employee. He's made a living off of that. Skip Bayless. Guys like that just literally say stuff to try to create controversy, and maybe that's what Locked On
I'm
the Portal
laughing.
is doing.
As much as I think James Franklin is a good recruiter, I'm not putting James Franklin over Sark right now.
No, Sark should be in the top 5. He should probably be in the top 3, and you could make a case that he should be in the top 1, considering, again, Texas just brought in the number 1 recruiting class in the country. And Sark has brought in 4 straight top 5 classes. It's not just
you got
one
the guy
class.
from Utah, the old dude from Utah in there.
No, Whittingham's not in here.
He didn't make that.
He didn't make the cut. But
he's
again,
got the Oregon guy. You got Dan Landing
and a lot of these guys should be in there. This is not like, oh my God, they got this entire list wrong. It's just you forgot the guy who should be at the top. You had 12 spots and you didn't put him in there. So. But as it stands, because this is public, this is the one that's out there, and as of now, it has not been changed. But this is the worst list that I have seen throughout all of list season.
You work with those people. You need to. That would be great for you to say, just to find out from the guy. Is there just a that you just missed it? It just got away from you somehow, or do you truly believe that those 12 guys are better? Because I can't believe there's anybody that knows anything about football.
Is it hey, Sark's not a good recruiter. It's just the Texas One Fund. Oh, I heard that they paid their roster $40 million this year.
Okay, then if that's the case, then he should be still inside the top 12.
Anybody
doing what he did.
Anybody can recruit at Texas, right? Because they just have $40 million coming their way every season. So anybody can do that.
That's just an oversight. Somebody just screwed that up.
Yeah, I hope you're right here, but I saw that and I triple took. Yeah. I was like, there's no way. There's no way I'm seeing this.
Going up and down the list again.
Yeah, that's why I had to present it on this show. I had to make sure, you were seeing it too, and everybody else was seeing and hearing the same thing. That some guy out there who covers recruiting for a living does not think Steve.
Well, you're not going to. And the weird part about it is you've got the Aggies coach on there.
Yeah, Elko's on there.
That's more of a wait a minute. You there's the word Texas in there, and you got that guy in there before Sark.
Get it, man. I don't get it. There's no way to justify. And Mike, we're talking about recruiting here. Dan Lanning has done plenty of crap on recruiting. Steve Sarkisian has done plenty of crap on recruiting. This is a ranking of the best recruiting head coaches in the country. So both of those guys deserve to be in the top 12.
Dude, just getting the quarterback you have playing quarterback here this year is enough to get you in the top 5.
Great point. That is a great point.
That's enough right there. Don't forget the rest of the guys that you've recruited, the running backs, the other quarterbacks, the wide receivers, the transfer portal wide receivers, just to have the quarterback that's getting ready to start for you right now. And the publicity he's brought to the university is enough that he should be in the top 5 of those guys right there.
Just for Arch alone. I agree with that. Everybody wanted Arch Manning. This is like the highest touted recruit, maybe in the history of highly touted recruits. And Sark was able to land an Arch Manning commitment pretty early on in the cycle, and Arch never wavered. Like, he got the commitment, and Arch closed down his recruitment and ultimately signed with Texas. That's a guy that everybody wanted. Arch's uncles and his dad, they all played at different schools, and his grandpa, they all played at different schools. And it's not like Arch is a Texas kid. They got him from out of state, despite the fact that everybody in his family had gone to play their college football elsewhere. Feels like a testament to the type of recruiter that Steve Sarkisian is. No?
Yeah, I think he's a fantastic recruiter. I don't know where he's on the list of great coaches because of toss sweep and some other things, but I'll just say this. He is a great recruiter.
Yeah. Well,
The recruiting part has not been the thing that's kept them back, I don't believe.
no, I still think Sark is a top 5 overall coach in college football. Now,
But I don't consider him a great coach.
I consider him a
Kirby
great
Smart is a
coach.
great coach.
So what's the prerequisite to be great? Do you have to win a national
Yeah, well, you
championship?
got to win it. Yes, you got to win a
Okay.
natty, and he's just. I mean, it doesn't mean that he can't. He's not going to get into that category. Right now, to me, he's not that guy right now. Kirby Smart is that guy.
Well, yeah. I mean, Kirby's got 2. There's only 3 active coaches in college
Right.
football with national championships. So in your eyes, are there only 3 great coaches right now in the sport?
I believe so. I mean,
Okay.
I don't see the young guy at Notre Dame. I think he's a good, solid coach. I don't think he's a great coach. I think he has the ability because of where he is, and if he wins a natty, yes, he'll end up into that. But that hadn't happened yet. So I mean, it doesn't matter. You don't have to rush time, for things
Sure.
to happen. I mean, it could take some time, and not many guys walk in and just get natties, no matter where they are.
Right.
You know.
Right. I've got elite ahead of great.
Okay.
So I would say Steve Sarkisian is a great coach because I saw what his 2 predecessors did at Texas, and people will say, "Oh, it's Texas. You've got all the resources. You've got all the money. Like it's
I
easy
think
to
you
win
can have
there."
great years. I think you can have great years in college football without winning national championships. And I think
Yeah.
Sark has had 2 great years.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think he's a great coach. I don't think he's an elite coach. I think to be elite and to enter that top tier, you've got to win a national championship.
or 2.
Well, 2 obviously helps as well. But I still think Sark is a great coach right now. But I definitely think he's an elite recruiter.
I definitely. There's no doubt about him being an elite recruiter.
Yeah,
Like I said, just the one guy alone ought to have him in the top 5. That's somebody. That's just an oversight. And I guarantee if you ask the person into that list, they should have been scrambling last night to change the list.
Yeah, they should have. They should. Double check your work, kids. Your teachers tell you that. Your parents tell you that.
You're right. That's one of those ones. I mean, I can call up. I mean, I can call my sister in Pennsylvania and ask her to give me her top 6 coaches when it comes to recruiting. And she knows. She knows me. She knows enough about Texas football that dude would be on there in the top 6.
Yeah. I think a newborn baby could tell you that Sark deserves to be on that list.
Yeah, that's just an oversight that'll need. I guarantee that thing will get fixed, and now it will really get fixed because people will be steaming into that site saying, "Dude, come on,
What happened?
yeah, somebody wake up, wake somebody up over there."
How can you do that?
Yeah, there's no doubt.
All right.
Because you can't have OU's coach and A&M's coach in there and not have Sark. That's just somebody just missed right there. And there's about 4 others that can be in front of him.
No, there's one thing that Mike Elko is better than Steve Sarkisian at, and there's one thing that Brent Venables is better than Steve Sarkisian at.
Yeah, that's true. They do have their skill set.
Mike Elko is better at a buffet. He can take down more food.
God.
He can win an eating contest over Steve Sarkisian. I'll lump all 3 of those things into one. I'll just say Elko's a better eater than Sark.
Okay.
And then Brent Venables is a better fire hose drinker than Sark. But everything else, Sark's got the leg up on those 2 dudes. No?
Yeah.
That's pretty safe to say. Speaking of recruiting, by the way, recruiting is starting to heat up here in the month of June.
Yeah, now you're talking.
Texas offered 22 new prospects at their elite camp on Sunday. Now, all of those new scholarship offers were for the classes of 2027 and 2028. So not this current cycle, but the next 2. But the Longhorns have been busy on the recruiting front over the last few days. And then this coming weekend, Texas has 13 players in the class of 2026 slated to make an official visit. So these next 4 weekends here in the month of June will be very, very busy. We said it yesterday, more than 50 players overall will be taking OVs to Texas over these next few weeks. So it is pretty much all systems go for the Longhorn coaching staff on the recruiting front right now. And a big name, sort of a big update to talk about for a class of 2027 recruit, a guy by the name of John Meredith III, the top-ranked cornerback in the country in 27. He's the 4th-ranked player overall. He told On Texas Football yesterday that he is Texas in his top 3 schools. He's 6'2", 175 pounds. He's a corner going into his junior year of high school, plays at Euless Trinity up near the Metroplex, and he is very high on Texas, and Texas is very high on him right now.
Nice.
So we'll take that. Again, it's a 2027 cat, long way to go in his recruitment, but he said that Texas and Penn State are in his top 3. He also said USC, Alabama, and Oregon are competing for that 3rd spot, which to me, it feels like he's got a top 5 instead of a top 3, but you'll love to hear that Texas is in the mix right now.
That's awesome. That's great news for June. It really, really is. BK, is Brian Kelly on that list?
Brian Kelly was not on that list.
I mean, Brian Kelly's better than a lot of those other dudes. There's a bunch of guys that he should be in the top 12 of recruiting coaches. I'm not talking about great and elite coaches. We're talking about recruiters, right?
I think Brian Kelly's a better head coach than recruiter, honestly.
Well, I mean, he's recruited some great players. I mean, it's LSU, but he's recruited some great players now.
Yeah. He's done
that
a
guy
solid
should be
job.
on the list of 12 if that's what it's all about.
I mean, I'm putting him on the list over Fran Brown.
Yes. I mean, really, how does I don't get that. How does that guy, he's been at Syracuse for 2 years at the most? And what is it that Syracuse has done?
They lost a bunch of players to the portal this year. I do know that.
Goodness.
And Fran Brown, by the way, has been at Syracuse for 1 year. 2024 was his first season.
That guy can't be on the list.
No, not over Steve Sarkisian or Bryant Kelly. Kelly.
I mean, we're not talking about Kelly's ability to be an elite coach. We're talking about as a recruiter. That guy's, and I know it's LSU, but by the way, he's had to recruit some of those great ones that have come there that he hadn't coached to greatness, but they are there.
I am trying to find where Syracuse ranked in terms of their recruiting class this year. Syracuse brought in the 42nd ranked recruiting class.
Now, how is that possible for that guy? That's just somebody that did the list must be a Syracuse grad, journalism.
Right. That checks out. I mean, they're below Iowa, they're below Baylor, below NC State, below Rutgers. I mean, what are we doing here, man? What are we doing here?
That's not a good list. That's an oversight, and
not everybody needs to make a list these days.
No, clean that up.
Yeah, that's a bad bit right there. We'll take your thoughts. There's the latest with Texas recruiting. Again, 13 players scheduled to make a visit to Austin this weekend. We'll give you some of the names throughout the course of the week. And you know our guys, Jordan Scruggs and Will Turboff, will have you covered from 10 to 11 today with all things Texas recruiting, doing a great job keeping you abreast of all of these offers and everything you need to know about these visits coming up in the month of June. There's going to be a number of commitments coming Texas's way over these next few weeks. Some of them will be public. Some of them will be under the table. But, Sark and company have dominated this month over the last few years, and I think they're about to do that again here in 2020.
Yeah, I like to hear about the defensive players for sure.
Yeah, and there's plenty of those. And right now, Texas's class ranks outside the top 25, but we all know that is going to change, and I think Texas will bring in another top 3 class. I don't know if it'll be top 1 again, but my prediction when this thing is all said and done.
If you give me top 5, top 6, I'm fine.
Yeah, I mean top 5, top 6, whatever. Yeah. Like you got to recruit at an elite level to compete for national championships in this sport, and Sark's been doing that. That's why Texas has been 1 win away from playing for a national title in each of the last 2 seasons. That's why they've won 1 conference title and why they almost won another conference title. Like you've got to develop, obviously, but you've got to recruit elite talent to your campus, and Texas is doing that, and I think they're going to be doing that well into the future as well.
Well, this is maybe one of the more exciting football seasons coming up. Last year was a lot of fun, the semifinals and getting into the SEC and it's just for 2 years it's been exciting, but this one coming up is going to be just crazy because there's a lot of question marks on what we're looking for, what we think of this team. I mean, what we think of other teams, By the way, this is a big year for James Franklin too, my guy from Penn State. Once again, dude, they got a lot of guys returning. Yeah. I know they lose a great player, a couple of really good talented players and a great player. But boy, they got a lot of talented guys coming back. Their expectations there. This is supposed to be their deal now.
Big year for Penn State. I mean, I think they're going to be a preseason top 5 team. They might be a preseason top 3 team. You've got people making their way too early top 25 lists, and a lot of people have Penn State number 1 in the country.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, I wouldn't doubt that.
It's big year for James Franklin and the Nittany Lions. They made it to the playoff last year. They won a couple of playoff games and ended up making it all the way to the semifinal before coming up short against Notre Dame.
Yeah, and when we talk about Brian Kelly, dude's bringing back the quarterbacks coming back. That dude should have been out of there, but he's coming back. This is one of those make it or break it years for him. He can't have those first game blues where they lose and then play catch up the remainder of the year and not if they lose another one, they who knows. But the way it's set up, boy, this is kind of he needs to get it done here for him.
Oh, it's a huge year for a number of coaches at high profile programs, right? I mean, James Franklin is one.
Yes.
Look, I would throw Kalen DeBoer at Alabama in that list.
Yeah,
too.
they're going to be there if things don't work out right after year 2. They're going to be thinking of making a moves, and who they'll make a run for again. That they say they don't, or we never heard from them. They'll be making a run for this dude if he has another year, whether it's semifinals, quarterfinals. They'll be making a run for him with big time money.
Well, they'll be turned down again by Steve Sarkisian if they try that. But good luck. Bring it on, Alabama. You'll just be giving Sark a raise. So that's nice of you to do to your.
Just be giving him another raise.
Former offensive coordinator. Yeah, it's definitely a big year for Brian Kelly at LSU. I think it's a big year for Mario Cristobal at Miami. At least I think it should be. Like that team had no business missing the playoff last year. They choked it away down the stretch. They had the Heisman winner, or not the Heisman winner. They had the number 1 pick of the draft, a Heisman finalist in Cam Ward. They had a great team. They were playing in a really bad ACC and a really down year.
He's that guy, BK. He's that guy that can go into the list of great recruiters, but just it's as a coach and as a staff, somebody is going to screw it up in that organization.
It's him. It's always him. He's a horrible game day coach.
Yeah.
He's a horrible game day coach.
He needs 2 dumbass coaches that are standing beside him.
Yeah. At some point, you got to win something of substance there at Miami. So I think it's a big year for him. Obviously, it's a big year for Brent Venables and Norman.
Right? No doubt.
So, I mean, these are, again, we're talking about Alabama. We're talking about LSU. We're talking about Oklahoma and Miami and Penn State, like big-time programs.
Oh, yeah.
That are having coaches, and it's different levels. They're not all on the hot, the seats aren't the same level of heat. But it feels like all 5 of those coaches have some things to prove this year if they don't want to lose their fan base completely.
Well, I think it's a big year for Dabo, too, because if Dabo can get some things done at Clemson and get back into it, if Bama decides to get rid of their guy, they may even call on Dabo. They may take a chance on Dabo, but he can't have a so-so year, with that team that he's got coming back at Clemson. If he gets to the playoffs and just gets rocketed out of there immediately, and Alabama doesn't play that well, and they say they don't make it again, and they're looking for a new head coach, they won't look to Dabo. But if Dabo gets deep in there and doesn't win a national championship, but say gets to the semifinals, they may call on him.
Yeah.
They may think that he's good enough to be back at Clemson, back at Alabama, being an Alabama guy.
Look, I think Bama's going to make the playoff this year, so I don't think they're going to be making a change. But you do wonder if they miss out on it again this year, do they make?
If they miss out on it with the 12 teams, even I think that's the problem with the SEC going to get about 4 or 5 teams anyway in there.
Yeah, so there's a lot to watch. I mean, Steven brings up a good point. Florida, or Billy Napier's coaching for his job. Florida State, Mike Norvell probably coaching for his job. If his buyout wasn't
big time jobs, yeah,
huge jobs. So it's nice to not be linked with all of those teams because Texas was a lot last decade. But yeah, you've got a lot of prove it years for, again.
Well, but we know Syracuse is safe. Oh my goodness,
Syracuse is safe. Yeah, well, Fran Brown's probably going to be taken over at Alabama, according to the
I'll just say this. Fran Brown did a really good job this year in the ACC. He did a good job. He really did. But to have that young guy's name up there after 1 year and me thinking he's been there for a couple, just 1 year, I don't buy the Syracuse bit.
Makes no sense. All right, we've got more college football to get into, and it's a perfect segue because ESPN has released its odds to make the 2025 college football playoff. So we'll talk about Texas. They're obviously high on the list. We'll talk about some of these other teams as well, and we'll kind of give our takes on what the ESPN analytics believe for this coming college football season. But before that, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
So our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway, for all your alcohol needs. If you need to pick up a six-pack or you need to pick up a case of wine, they've got it all at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway. And if you're having a big party, the big 4th of July party, weddings, anniversaries, birthdays, the whole works, they can get it to you. They're a wholesale distributor. They can get it to you. They are in Travis County, so anywhere in Travis County, they can get it to you, and they are fantastic. But go by the store. Check it out at 4601 Southwest Parkway, and there you'll find Altstadt Beer and all varieties, believe me.
Yes, indeed. The best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. That's the worst part of being out of state. I don't get any Altstadt beer. They don't have
What
it.
What have you been drinking? Yingling or something like that? You know, up north, they like their Yingling or whatever it is.
I've been drinking water.
I don't think so. I'm not buying that. They may not have Altstadt Beer there, but you ain't just drinking water.
No, I'm on the hard liquor is what I'm drinking. When
now you're talking.
When there's no Altstadt around, I don't waste my time with other beer.
I'm trying to figure out what they drink at Yankee Stadium. What do they? No, I don't.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure
you'll be drinking hardcore Budweiser.
What do they?
No lights, just hard. What's she drinking? She's drinking a Pepsi Cola. That young girl.
You think I'm going to run into this girl at the game tonight?
She doesn't leave the state of Texas, except for when Texas goes and plays at Florida. You'll see her down a swamp.
She's going to steal her parents' car and just drive it down I-10 all the way to Florida.
Hey, she's going to have a six-pack at the swamp.
Oh, my God. I don't know what they've got at Yankee Stadium, but I know they don't have Altstadt beer. But the good news is, if you're listening in the state of Texas, you have access to Altstadt beer, the best beer that there is all across the Lone Star State. They've got a bunch of different brews, too, something for every beer drinker out there. You've got to check out the summer seasonal beer, their Peach Rattler. This is an award-winning beer. It's fantastic. It's super refreshing, super easy to drink, and it will cool you down on these red-hot summer days in Central Texas and all across the state of Texas. And if the Rattler's not your thing, they've got a great lager, they've got a great Kolsch, they've got a Hefeweizen, they've got a light beer. I'm telling you, something for every palate out there. Give Altstadt beer a go. One sip, and you won't go back to the other beers that you have been drinking in the past. It is Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
By the way, I'm sorry, folks. Why am I talking about Alabama football? They're no good. They're like Oklahoma.
Oh,
might as well be Oklahoma. You got the same kind of colors. Why are we talking Alabama? They're not going to be any playoffs. They're no good.
They did lose to Oklahoma last year.
Oh,
they got spanked by the Sooners, 24.
Those colors, the Aggies, Bama, the Sooners. What is that? They're no good. Those teams. We need to be talking about that group.
Different shades of red for A&M and Oklahoma and Alabama, right?
They're coming from the same cloth. How's that?
I think Bama and OU are the same color because they're both crimson, right?
Yep.
A&M obviously
crimson
has
and
that.
Clover, yes, over and over, yeah.
A&M obviously has that nasty Esper rune that they're rocking, but yeah, you're calling Alabama OU? Think they're down that bad?
Yeah, what were you talking about?
Yeah.
Where are they going this year? By the way, what are they going to do? They're going to be looking for a new coach, and you're going to be happy because you don't like that guy anyway.
Well, one more quick sponsor shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics before we dive into what the analytics think about Alabama this year. Buck and I are both donning TSU hats this morning. Our lids were made by our great friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. So if you've got a business that needs hats, shirts, signs, stickers, posters, anything to help you market yourself and stand out against the competition, reach out to Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. Based in South Austin, they'll get you what you need. They will get it to you very, very quickly. You can shoot him a DM on Instagram at Waterloo Printing, or you can call or text him directly. It's 512-300-9641. It's Waterloo Printing and Graphics.
My G says you're very hurtful people talking about that Bama. Sorry about that.
Well, let's.
They drink Labatt's Blue. I've had.
Labatt Blue.
I was a Molson Ale guy for a while back in the day.
Okay.
Molson Ale's not bad. It's kind of Canadian pea water. It's just kind of watery.
It's not a good sell there.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah.
It's not bad, but it tastes like Canadian pea water.
It's a light kind of beer. It's not the thick stuff.
Okay. So they are sacrificing on flavor a little
Yeah,
bit.
if I'm just ever going back to just hardcore beer, it would be Bud, no light, just straight up Bud. You open up the can and you get a buzz just from the can just popping open.
Mm-mm.
You never
Get you
drank
some.
straight up Bud, just that was your thing? Would you go, I want a Bud, give me a Bud?
Of course.
That stuff was hard, wasn't it?
And back in the day before I found Altstadt.
That was hard on the body. But, oh, no, you would do that before you even do a light beer?
Oh, Bud Heavy? Oh, for sure.
Oh,
Absolutely.
I think I did that for about a year. I think that's what actually turned me into an alcoholic was the hardcore straight up Bud.
Mm,
Why lie? No, it was the Jack Daniels.
I
Sorry.
was going to say.
It was the Jack.
Yeah, Bud's good for you. It'll get some hair on your chest, you know?
Yeah.
Drink that
Jack
heavy
just turns
stuff.
out your innards.
And Jack will ruin your life, I think.
Yes, it will.
All right, we've got odds to make the 2025 college football playoff according to ESPN FPI. That's their football power index. That's their big analytical formula that spits out all sorts of numbers before, during, and after every college football season. Buck, care to take a guess on the team that has the best odds to reach the CFP this year?
The best odds?
The best odds.
Georgia.
They're number 2.
Ohio State.
They're number 3.
Notre Dame.
They're number 9.
Penn State.
They're number 5.
Oklahoma.
They're not in the top 10.
Of course, Texas.
Of course, it's Texas. Yep, the team on your shirt. The Longhorns have an 83.9% chance to make the 12-team college football playoff, according to the ESPN FPI. Feel too high to you, Buck?
It does.
Why is that?
Because remember, I'm the guy who has them losing one more game than they lost last year.
Well, they'd still make the playoff if they're 10-2.
Yeah,
They're not going to leave at 10. I mean, Tennessee was 10-2 last year. They didn't play for a conference title, and they still made it to the CFP. So if Texas does lose one more regular season game than they did last year, then they are still going to make playoff.
Okay. I would give them the shot of that, of getting right back. I would say they would be one.
That's a huge turn. You went from no to yes in 30 seconds.
No, it's yes.
Okay. It feels a little high for me. I mean, I'm going to pick Texas to make the playoff this year, but like 83.9% feels, and Texas has to play at Ohio State and at Georgia this year. Like those aren't easy games. I think Texas is going to win one of those two. And if they do that, then I think they're pretty much a lock to make it to the CFP. But let's say they don't. Let's say they go 0-2 against those teams. Again, 10-2, they're still going to make it, but that gives them maybe zero margin for error in any of their other 10 games.
As I said, I'm thinking that BK, that 2 games are legitimate that really could happen to you, and there could be a third if things don't work out. If injuries come to, there could be a third loss.
Yeah, look, obviously, if injuries
Dude, you just
come
like I
into play.
said, for the last 2 years, rolling into the semifinals, having a success with the wide receivers and things working out with these first rounders, second rounders. I worried about the defense, and there was nothing to worry about last year. I should have not been that worried, but I was. Once again, I'm in that same mode. How will the defense play in the third year going into this? After being in the semifinals twice, it just doesn't happen for you every year. I mean, I know you recruit on a great level, but it just doesn't mean it gels every year that way.
Sure.
You're one of the top defenses in the nation, or
one
or two.
I feel better about the defense than I do the offense because the defense has more starters back from last year's team. The offense, look, I mean, if Arch is as advertised, he's going to elevate the guys around him, and there's enough talent on that Texas offense to where they should be one of the best in the country. But I'm more confident about the defense looking like what they've looked like the last 2 years.
Plus the addition of, Twain Akina. I mean, that's an addition.
Yeah, that'll help. That'll help. I mean, it's normally scary when you lose a couple of assistant coaches on the defensive side of the ball.
Sure.
And Texas did have one of the best secondaries in college football last year. So you lose both of those guys, kind of responsible for that. then yeah, it's a little scary. But you're bringing in Dwayne Aquino, who's coached, 3 Thorpe Award winners?
Right.
And has sent a bunch of dudes off to the NFL. And every Texas fan, I mean, he needs no introduction amongst Longhorn Nation. So I think, yeah, that's an upgrade over what you had there. And yeah, I think Texas, again, I'm going to pick Texas to make the playoff. 84%. That feels high. That feels high for anybody. That's not like, oh, just high for Texas. That's like, feels high for anybody considering how things can change in this sport.
Hell, I feel more confident that Texas will do it than Georgia.
Well, Georgia's number 2. They're at 78.6%. So it's about a 5% difference between Texas and Georgia, according to ESPN FPI. Georgia fans are now, remember the kid in school after taking a test who would be like, oh, I definitely failed that. That was impossible. And then they get the grades back and they got like a 94.
Sure.
It's like, dude, shut up. Like Georgia's doing that right now. Georgia fans, Georgia insiders, people who cover the team, they are telling everybody that this team is just not as good as it's been in years past. They're not saying they're going to be like 6-6 or anything.
Yeah, but they're saying don't believe the hype that this is an undefeated SEC team that's walking its way into a championship game. Yeah.
Exactly. Like they don't believe in the quarterback. I mean, I know Gunnar Stockton was in the game in the second half and technically beat Texas in the SEC championship game, but he didn't do anything that impressed me much. And it sounds like people who are watching Gunnar Stockton way more closely than we aren't super sold on him yet at quarterback.
I look at those guys. Do they have those dudes on defense?
And that's the other thing.
You can't keep unloading 7 and 8 guys to the NFL every year and come back and do it again. They seem to find a way to do it. Then you'll say, oh, they don't have great linebackers this year. Oh, no, they've just got great down guys in front or great guys in the secondary. Well, as I said, like for Texas, one of the years, it's just not going to work that way. But for Georgia, it's like for you, it's like, no, defensively, they're going to be just fine.
Well, that's also what the Georgia people are saying. They don't have any of those war daddies on the defensive line. There's no, Jalen Carter there.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to remember they lost, Michael Williams and Jalen Walker, a couple of first-round picks on the defensive line to the NFL. I think they lost 3 starters from their starting 4 from a year ago, and it just doesn't sound like they have that sure thing high first-round
until after the
pick.
first game, until the preseason comes along, and Kirby Smart tells you about this kid that's played out of his mind.
I guarantee you they have 1 or 2 on the roster.
Sure.
But it might be a freshman or just a guy who hasn't proven himself yet. There's no like, oh, here's the dude. We know Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter. Like, here's this 340-pound behemoth who's going to just wreck your entire offensive game plan. It doesn't sound like Georgia has that right now. Again, we'll see if they actually do. Odds are somebody will emerge this year because that's generally what happens with a Kirby Smart coach defense. But yeah, Georgia fans are at least – they are lowering the expectations for themselves this year. We'll see if they're right. Again, I think they're that student who says the test was really hard and then they come back and get a 94. I fully expect Georgia to be in the mix and probably in Atlanta for the SEC title game when we get to December. But that's the word out of Athens right now, is that this might be their quote-unquote down year.
Yeah, I see Texas's problems not at home. I see them taking care of everything at home. I see the road as being a tough spot.
Well,
with a young quarterback, I'm still saying he's young because he hadn't been a real true starter yet. Those road games are different.
Well, let me ask you this. You said you believe Texas should be ranked ahead of Georgia on this, and they are. Should anybody be ahead of Texas? Do you think anybody is like more of a lock to make the 12-team playoff this year than Texas? Would you look at Ohio State? Would you look at Penn State?
I would look at Penn State. I would look at Penn State as being with all the returners that they'll have coming back, with a returning quarterback that should be really, really good next year with their running back. I mean, their running game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got both of their elite running backs back.
I mean, you're getting both of those kids. You're talking about a team that says, okay, we're going to run the ball at you. And we have 2 guys that can run at you, that 2 NFL backs in our backfield. Like I said, if James Franklin doesn't get it done this year, boy, is he going to be in a hot water.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Penn State's schedule. They play 9 conference games in the Big Ten, so only 3 non-con. How about Nevada?
Ooh.
FIU, and Villanova.
Villanova, they'll kill that group.
Villanova's
They'll ruin the
FCS.
whole season for Villanova.
Yeah, Villanova's FCS in football. So in basketball, hey, that's an intriguing matchup, but football, not so much.
Oh, my God. That's
so they're not
even
losing.
fair.
They're not losing any of those games.
No.
And then you feel like, again, they're in the Big Ten. They can go 10-2, and they'll make it. They get Oregon at home. They get Ohio State on the road. They don't have to play Michigan this year.
No, that schedule's just set up. Did they have the Fighting Illini in there too and all that?
No Illinois.
They don't even play them?
No Illinois.
No Michigan State?
They do have Michigan State. Maybe Michigan State's been terrible lately.
Yeah.
That's a road game. They've got to go to Rutgers. They play Indiana at home. Remember, Indiana made the playoff last year somehow. But yeah, Penn State has to make the playoff. I'd be very surprised if they don't. Again, they can go 10-2. They can lose to Oregon and Ohio State. It feels like they always lose. And they always lose those big games against the best teams that they play. But nowadays, they can get away with that. 4-team CFP, you couldn't. 12-teamer, you can. So, yeah, I think Penn State. Penn State's number 5. Here's your top 11, and you'll understand why I've got 11 on here in a second. Odds to make the college football playoff, according to ESPN FPI. Texas is number 1, 83.9%. Georgia at 78.6%. Ohio State, the defending champs, come in at number 3, 70.6%. Alabama, Buck. You just called them OU.
Yeah.
They're number 4. They're given a 66.2% chance.
Dude, I give Clemson way better chance than Roll Tide.
Penn State is 5th. Oregon, 6th. In comes Clemson at number 7, followed by Miami, Notre Dame, and Tennessee, rounding out the top 10. And number 11, the fighting Texas A&M Aggies.
What is that about?
It's analytics, Buck. The analytics
Here's
are
the
telling
analytics.
you.
Clemson should be in that top 5.
Yeah, I think Clemson, just because they play in the ACC,
Right?
right?
Yeah. And they're my sleeper.
Again, you don't get to claim Clemson as a sleeper this year. I'm sorry.
Hey, folks, just remember that as we go along with making you some coin this year, that Clemson is my sleeper. Just follow me along. Just follow those tracks. Follow the trail.
Well, people are going to agree with you that Clemson's going to be really good, but they're supposed to be. They're the favorites to win the ACC this year.
What about SMU? Come on. We're talking about the Mustangs here. SMU, new president. Wow.
SMU
former Texas president. They should be walking right in there again.
No, I don't think they're going to do that. SMU is 18th. I just pulled up the remainder of the list. SMU 18th best odds, right behind Oklahoma, Buck.
Well, if that's the deal, they're expecting SMU to lose to like North Carolina.
Yeah, Clemson 7, Miami 8, Notre Dame 9, Tennessee 10. How about Texas A&M, number 11? They've got a 34.3% chance to make the playoff. What could go wrong, Buck?
Everything.
The Aggies with expectations?
No, they'll be just fine. We want them. We know how good I want them feeling. I don't want them losing these games. I want them undefeated. That would be, yeah. Let's let them roll. Yeah.
You want them in the playoff?
If it has to be, yes. I want them to play really.
It doesn't have to be. I'm asking you. You don't want them in the playoff. You shouldn't want them in the playoff.
I want them to be in the playoff. I want them to play good all the way to that last game once again.
No. Look, last year was kind of fun. They weren't.
Yeah, it really was. It was kind of fun. They didn't.
Yeah, they weren't going to make the playoff because they were 8-3 going into that game. But, they still had a hope of making it to the SEC championship. Oh, my God, if we win this game, we get to the SEC conference title game for the first time, and we get to prevent our big brother from getting there too. Well, let's do it. We're so close. We could taste it. And then that was pretty fun, crushing their dreams.
What's their schedule? What's their schedule like? What does their schedule look like anyway?
Well, they've got to play Notre Dame again this year. And that game
on the road for that game because that was a home game last year. They lost, right?
Yep, week 3. They open up against Buck.
Who do they open up against? Oh, this ain't baseball. Everything's good.
Okay. Yeah, UTSA did beat A&M in baseball this year, too. They're a thorn in the side of the biggest flagship universities in the state right now. They open up with UTSA. Then they play the Aggies of Utah State week 2.
Man.
Then they go to Notre Dame. I won't dunk on the Aggie schedule because they're taking a trip to South Bend to play a very good Notre Dame team that was in the national title last year. And then conference play, again, it's the same as last year. It's just you flip home and road. A&M has a very favorable / manageable schedule. They've got Auburn, Mississippi State, Florida, South Carolina, all at home this year. And then their road games in conference play, they've got to go to Arkansas. I think that's a road game. I know it's been at Jerry World the last few years, but I think it's now a home and home, which is good.
They got rid of that Jerry World deal?
Yeah, and they should. They've got big fan bases. They sold a lot of tickets, but those games should be on campus. It's not a big enough rivalry or matchup to be in a giant NFL stadium like that. They've got to go to Arkansas, to LSU, to Missouri, and obviously to Austin to wrap up the year. And, I forgot, the week before they play Texas, they will host Samford and Son.
Samford from Alabama. Yeah, great.
That's the Aggies Week 11 matchup before traveling to DKR.
Yeah, that's a nice favorable schedule.
It's doable, but look, A&M, I think they're going to lose to Notre Dame. I think they'll probably lose at LSU. I know they ran away from LSU at Kyle Field last year, but I think they'll lose that. I think they'll lose to Texas.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to lose to Notre Dame this year.
You think they're going to beat Notre Dame this year?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, well, if that's the case, then people are going to be picking the Aggies to make the playoff.
Yeah, I think they go to Notre Dame and win this year.
Because then it's, they only have LSU will be ranked, Texas will be ranked. I don't know if anybody else on A&M schedule. South Carolina, maybe Florida.
That'll be tough. That's a tough home. That's at home, right?
That is a home game for A&M.
It'll be a tough game for them.
Yeah. Boy, if they beat Notre Dame, then again the expectations are going to be sky high.
Yeah,
what
but
could
if they
go
beat
wrong?
Notre Dame and still lose to South Carolina, it's a problem.
Well, if they beat Notre Dame, I'm still going to think A&M's going to collapse because that's what they do in November every year.
Yeah.
So the national narrative will spin, and it's like, oh my God, that's a playoff team right now. They just went on the road and beat them in front of touchdown Jesus.
And when is that South Carolina game afterwards? How far out after that?
That's November. Yeah, late in the year.
That's the one that'll get them along with Texas. So.
Okay. Well, if they lose 2, if they go 10-2 in the SEC and they've got a win over the Irish on their resume, then they will make the playoff.
Well, there's a third. Who else is going to get them besides South Carolina and Texas? Mm-hmm. It ain't going to be Auburn. Although they could have a hiccup there and have to tell the Auburn guys how great they are. We're fighting back this year.
Well, I can't tell. If you think A&M's going to be that good or not because you keep finding more losses on their schedule.
I think offensively they'll be better. I think the quarterback will be better. I don't know. They seem to lose. And they seem to find those defensive guys too.
I think the Aggies will be right where they always are, 8-4. I think they'll be right there. Solid year, but not a playoff year, not an SEC championship year, and they'll be wondering if Mike Elko is the guy at this time next season.
Yeah, I think I think South Carolina will get them. South Carolina is going to be that weird team to look out for in the SEC this year.
Yeah, they are. A lot of people are high on the Cox this year. They've got Lenore Sellers, who's super talent at quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, a supreme athlete, got a cannon for an arm. When he's on, he is one of the toughest players to stop in the sport.
Yes.
But he's got to be more consistent for South Carolina to take that next step. But
yeah, you look at these guys with a year under their belt, and then now they come into being the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And expectations are higher, those guys. I think the Aggies have a high expectation on their young quarterback. I think he'll be much better this year.
I don't know. I'm the opposite. I'm not high on Marcel Reed at all. I think I think he was a flash in the pan.
Okay.
I think once teams got – because he was really good out the gate, and then once teams got film on him, he really struggled down the stretch. I mean, he did nothing against Texas. I know Texas was awesome and better than just about every other team A&M played last year.
Right.
But A&M's only offensive touchdown in that game was a pick six. They couldn't score offensively with Marcel Reed at QB. So I think there's a better chance that Marcel Reed is not the starter at the end of the year than him having some sort of amazing season for the Aggies. But we'll see. We will see. I think people figured him out a little bit, though, and He's got to adjust to people adjusting to him. A couple more numbers, by the way, with this ESPN FPI metric that was released yesterday.
Okay.
We talked about the Longhorns having an 83.9% chance of making it to the playoff. Texas also has a 34.1% chance to win the SEC, which is higher than any other team in this conference. And they've also been given an 8.9% chance to win out, Buck. Remember Steve Sarkisian a week or two ago at SEC meetings said that, oh man, if you're able to be 16-0 and win a national championship in today's era of college football, then build a statue. Was that him trying to get a statue built for himself at Texas because he thinks he can do it? I don't think so. But do you think Texas can do it?
Do I? No.
Okay.
No. There's a, as I said, you get those stretches where you've been unbelievable for two or 3 years. There's going to be the year where it's not so good. It's not like it's bad, but it's not like that, you know. I mean, those averages, and especially in this conference, you know, as other teams, as the bad teams start to get better, whether it's offense or defense or at the quarterback position, you will have a year where you're not super on one side of the ball or the other, and that's enough in this conference to get you beat.
Well, they've been pretty super the last 2 years, and they haven't run the table, right? Like even in the Big 12.
Yeah, that's right. How about
even in the Big 12 2 years ago, they couldn't run the table.
Dude, if they would have had the last 2 years in the Big 12, if they would have had 2 more seasons in the Big 12, they would run that table for damn sure, I believe.
Well,
because they have now taken that step above after winning that chance. I mean, I think this group is a step above. But as I said, it's hard to do in recruiting. It's hard to do in coaching.
Yeah.
You know, unless you're Nick Saban or Kirby Smart.
Somebody's going to run the table and win a championship again in college football, but I don't think it's 2025 Texas. Like, there are enough questions on this team.
Correct.
And the schedule has enough road bumps on it to where it's like, dude, they're going to slip up somewhere.
Right.
And that's fine. In today's college football, you can't slip up. Hell, you can slip up twice, and you're still right there in the mix to win a national championship. Just look at Ohio State last year. 2 losses, didn't even make their conference title game. They won the ultimate prize when it was all said and done. So you don't have to win out.
No, you don't have to. No.
I don't think this Texas team is good enough to do that. If they do, then damn. I mean, we're going to be talking about this Texas team as like one of the best teams ever. If they're able to run the table with the expanded playoff and go 16-0 or 17-0, whatever's going to be required for them to win the whole thing, then they're going to be in that discussion with like 05 Texas. I mean, people will be talking
all about the team. It won't be all about individuals. It'll be all about how they play team football.
Yeah, of course.
That's hard to do. That's hard to do. You got a lot of great guys to replace.
Well, it will be, but it will be like 05 Texas, where it's like it's Vince Young. I mean, obviously that Texas team was loaded with NFL talent all over the place. So you don't win it alone, but it's like, now, VY is the guy. Like, if Texas is going to have that type of year, not predicting it, but if they
they couldn't have, even with the other guys, they wouldn't going to win that with just a regular quarterback, a good quarterback.
Because you put Quinn Ewers on that 05 team, you're not beating USC. I'm sorry.
No.
So you've got to have that elite quarterback. And if you're talking about going 16-0 in an expanded playoff with regular season wins at Ohio State and at Georgia, maybe you got to beat those teams twice to win a national title. Right. That means Arch Manning is like, oh my God, he's the best thing since VY at Texas, which where do I sign? Of course.
No kidding.
But yeah, I just think it's too tough. And there are too many questions with this Texas team, but they do have the best. I think they have the best percentage chance to win out over anybody in the country. Even teams in the ACC, even teams in G5 aren't given as great of a shot to run the table as Texas is. And last but not least, the Longhorns also have the best odds to win the national championship, 24.1%. Georgia's number 2 at 17.9%. So a pretty decent-sized gap between 1 and 2 there, Buck.
Boy, their quarterback will have to play fantastic, I believe, this year in order for that to happen.
Georgia?
Huh?
Georgia?
Yeah, because like you said, how can they roll out those defensive players that get you points on defense? But they will have them. You know that.
Yeah.
When that first game comes around, they will have them.
Georgia's going to be in the playoff this year. I don't care what their fans are saying. That's
It
still,
doesn't matter what they fans say.
yeah. I mean, they're going to win 10 games. They're going to make it to the CFP. They'll probably be in Atlanta again for the SEC championship. So they're going to be a problem. They deserve the love that they're getting. And again, these aren't people. This is a formula. This is all analytics here. So don't get mad at anybody.
Joey Freshwater, where does his group from Mississippi hang in there? I mean, with the way they can buy it and with the way they've done in recruiting too over the last couple of years. Does anybody give them a chance of national championship I mean, I know they have aspirations of it, but does anybody give them a shot at it out of the SEC?
Let's do a little quick math here. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. They're given the 13th best odds to win the national title.
Okay, so they're in there. Okay.
Yeah, just 1.5%. So not a super high percent shot. But look, it's college football. I mean, as much as we want to think there's parity in this sport, as much as some people want more parity in this sport, ultimately you feel like it's 4 or 5 teams that have a legit shot to win a national title in this sport.
We do know this. Michigan will beat Ohio State again.
You are putting in the call for that again.
Yes, that's happening.
On June 4th, you're saying when they play in November, it will go the Wolverines' way again. Yeah,
their coach will be back on the sideline after missing games.
Yeah, after the 2-game suspension, the self-imposed punishment.
Wow.
We're going to miss 2 easy matchups, but he'll be there for the Oklahoma game on the road in Norman. It's good stuff. It's good stuff right there. Way to go, Michigan. So there you go. There's the analytics very high on Texas this year, and we'll see if the Longhorns can live up to the hype.
It's a lot right there, man. That's a lot in this conference.
Oh my God,
I mean, that's just
a lot
in any conference. Any conference, you're right. I
was gonna say, I mean, you're the favorite to win the national championship. Doesn't matter what conference you're coming from. Like, those are lofty expectations. And we'll see if Texas can get over that semifinal hump that has been slowing them down.
Why is Jake on me? Call me an Aggie fan. I'm not an Aggie fan.
You're a huge Aggie fan.
What are you talking about?
The people, like Jake, listens every day. He hears what you say about Texas A&M and how you want them to be good.
I want them to be good because I know it'll happen. I love the bubble when it bursts, when you think you're really good, you know?
Yeah, you want them to be 11-0 when they play Texas, which means you still want them to make the playoff, which I can't. That's not a good fan. You shouldn't be rooting for your rival like that. It's a bad bit.
Well, I don't want them to be good that they beat you and then they still get there. I want you to beat them and then they're not going anywhere once they get there.
If they're 11-0, well, they're still in the playoff. That's still a big deal. I enjoy
to them. It's like a national championship. Yeah, it's a big deal. If they make the playoffs, it might as well be a natty.
I don't want them to do that. I don't want Oklahoma to be good. I don't want A&M to be good. I can't figure out why you do. That's so weird.
I like to beat them when they're at their best. Oklahoma won't be at their best. So when they get beat, I won't feel the same way. Oh, we beat a good Oklahoma team. They stink. They're going to stink again this year.
And you're rooting for that, right?
Oh, am I rooting for them to stink?
Yeah.
Always.
So you should be rooting for A&M to stink always.
No, I want them to be at their best when they get beat.
Yeah, because you're a fan. Down in the maroon underwear. You want them to beat everybody else. You want Texas and A&M to play in the national championship this year because those are your 2 favorite teams.
How awesome would that be?
You want 3 Longhorn Aggie games, regular season, SEC champ, national champ.
That would be my dream. Yes, that would be my dream right there.
And you're making it sound like I'm weird for calling you out for that.
You're weird for that. You know how many Longhorn fans will like that? All of them except for you. And your 7 basketball buddies.
That's why everyone's dunking on you in the comments. They're all on my side here. They want the Aggies to lose because they don't like the Aggies because you're supposed to root against your rival. Come on, man. This is basic fandom. Fanhood 101.
Basic fandom. 3 times playing them. How awesome would that be?
I'm good on that. We'll just
You're good just the one time at the end of the season for Thanksgiving weekend. You're just good with that.
Beat them the next 3 regular seasons. Those are your 3 matchups against A&M. I'm fine with that.
Are you okay with me saying OU needs to just suck, period?
Of course. I mean, they always have and they always will, so that's never going to change. But yeah, I hope they go 0-12 every season. And I hope the Aggies do too. And I hope they tie if they ever play each other.
Oh my goodness.
So I guess I hope they go 0-11-1 every season.
0-11-1. Nice.
I don't want either of them to win any game against anybody.
Ever.
Excuse me.
In any sports.
We'll take your thoughts. The code text line 512-222-9328. The Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. We got to talk a little Texas softball. We will set the scene for Game 1 of the Women's College World Series final tonight, plus some other fun stories to wrap up today's show. But before we do that, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Shout out our friends over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle, and my back couldn't be happier. Over 20-some years in this chair right here, this leather chair. I love this chair, boy. It gives me all the support I need in my thoracic area, which I had reconstructive surgery on my thoracic back over 20 years ago. And this chair saves me each and every morning I get a chance to sit in it, and I'm really thankful for it. And Relax the Back can do the same for you. They got zero gravity recliners available for your Tempur-Pedic mattresses and pillows available. They have the human scale office chair and, of course, the desk and all the accessories that you need to give you the comfort that you need in your shoulders and your thoracic, your lumbar area, your hips. They've got it all. And 2 great locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and, of course, in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck and Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Now a word from our great friends at AV Consultations.
Hey, y'all. I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Very nice. And our good friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, folks, make sure that air conditioning is working properly. It's going to start getting warm around this place. As a matter of fact, it's going to get warm today. But, Bucky, I do see some weather outside. I see some wetness out there on the roads. I did call for rain, by the way.
You did indeed.
Rain, so it has been drizzling outside today. But, boy, that temperatures and this humidity is going to start to creep up on you. But don't let it creep up into your home and your air conditioning is not working properly. Call the folks at Woods Comfort Systems. Have their technicians come out, check out everything, make sure things are going to work right for you. And they've been doing air conditioning for a long time, air conditioning and heating. And, folks, now they do plumbing. If you have any plumbing issues, call for Woods Comfort Systems. Almost 70 years of service in Central Texas.
Oh, yeah. WoodsComfortSystems.com, the website, 512-842-5066, the number to call to reach out to them. And got to give a shout-out to my man, Hurricane Hecht.
There you go.
There's a new lawyer in town. When the storm hits, you got to call Hurricane Hecht. That's Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney in Austin, Texas. He is a proud Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. He's been a friend of mine for years. He's a friend of the show, and he is a fighter for the people. So if you've been hurt in a car accident, if you're hurt on the job, if a dog bit you, call Hurricane Hecht. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade. And the best part, you don't pay unless you win. That's right. No fees unless Hurricane Hecht puts money in your pocket. Let him flood your wallet with cash. He's the best. Austin-based, Texas proud. Again, he will fight for you. Don't go to those people on TV. They don't care about you. They're going to pair you up with some random lawyer just out of law school who has no idea what he or she is doing. Hurricane Hecht has your back. He will take care of you. Just give him a call whenever you need him. 512-938-8929, or you can shoot him an email, ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Make sure you tell them that Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you.
Our good friend Mike McCall and McCall Custom Homes. Mike will be here in his gang tomorrow to put some windows in our back patio there, which is all screens. And my wife having a hard time wanting to clean those screens, and they're going to take that out and redo that back for her, put in some nice pieces of glass back there along with some screens that can be taken out. They can do it all. You know, that's an awful lot of fun. He came over himself. He said, this is going to be really, really nice. It's going to look nice. It's going to make it convenient for your wife to take the screens out, you know, instead of trying to to wipe them down. She'll be able to take them out individually, and that's what they do. And that's going to be a big deal for us.
Yeah, it is. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Reach out to them. They are offering free estimates to TSU listeners. We trust them with our homes. You should too. They've been around for more than 40 years, so they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly special. If you've got a project like the Buck, if you want to redo a kitchen, redo a bathroom, whatever, they've got your back. McCallCustomHomesATX.com.
And Mike's even thinking of putting in a putting surface so I can bring my grandkids over here.
Hang
for
on.
some putting. Yeah. Yeah. Do you think they're going to be using it? You know who's going to be using the putting green.
Yeah, that's all you right there.
That's all me. Yes, I'll get that handicap down even more.
You're
And
turning
just once again, we're just a couple weeks down from Buck moving up on the tee box for good.
End
A
of the month.
lifer. Yes, indeed. I'm not moving up to the red tees, BK. So if somebody says, well, the next tee is the red tee from where we're playing today, I can't do that. I can't go up to the women's tee. Sorry. Even at 70, I can't do that.
Yeah. Well, your putting's going to be a lot better. You're getting a putting surface at your place. That's awesome.
Yeah, man. How cool is that? I've got the area to do it, and so I'm going to do that and have the grandkids over. I got golf set for the kids. So Mike McCall does all that stuff, man. That's incredible.
That is great. You're one step away from being Jim Nance, who has that whole course in his backyard. Guy's got his own Butler pitch and putt on his property.
Yeah, I'm just worried I'll come out there. I hear this noise out at 11 o'clock at night, and there's wags out there with a bottle of gin, putting and screaming and holler, in the hole, in the hole. Oh, I can't. I got to be careful. I probably need to fence that part in with barbed wire.
You're going to have your neighbors yelling Baba Booey every time you
Oh, my God.
putt.
The poor little baby goats, man. They're going to go, no, I'm not putting lights out there because there's no after dark playing.
No night golf? That's your move.
No, can't do it.
Days are behind you. Okay.
Days are behind me. Can't do night golf.
All right. Well, shout out McCall Custom Homes. Excited to see what that turns into for you. Excited to watch what Texas softball does tonight. Game 1.
Yes,
Women's College World Series final, 7 o'clock Central Time on ESPN. It's Texas and it's Texas Tech, an old school in-state Big 12 rivalry reignited tonight. The Longhorns 2 wins away from their first national championship in program history. Texas, the 6th seed. Texas Tech is the 12th seed. So the Longhorns are the designated home team tonight. And if there is that winner-take-all Game 3 on Friday night, Texas will be home then. But it's a best of 3. This will be over by the weekend. So Game 1 tonight, Game 2 tomorrow, and if necessary, Game 3 on Friday. Buck, obviously Texas is an incredible story to get here. It's a continuation of the tremendous job that Mike White has done since taking over this program. It's the 3rd time the Longhorns have made it this far in the last 4 years. Texas Tech's an incredible story. An incredible story. And I know they spent $1 billion to go get Nigel Kennedy, their pitcher, who has pitched every inning for them in the Women's College World Series. So a lot of their story was made with the backing of money. There's no doubt about that. But for Texas Tech, they've got a first-year head coach. This is the first time they've ever made it to the Women's College World Series. Forget the final. They had never made it to Oklahoma City before. They made it. They obviously had never won a Women's College World Series game. They've now won 3, and they're 2 wins away from a national championship. They also won the Big 12 for the first time ever during their regular season. So
that's made the commissioner happy.
Yeah, it helps that Texas and Oklahoma left. Obviously, that gave them a better chance. But this is a Texas Tech team. Buck, last year, Texas and Texas Tech played 4 times, right? They had a 3-game series in Lubbock in the regular season when they shared a conference, and they met in the Big 12 conference tournament last year. Here are the final scores of those 4 games. 13-3, run rule, Texas victory. 23-0, 5-inning run rule, Texas victory. 14-4, 5-inning run rule, Texas victory. And then in that Big 12 tournament game, 13-4, 5-inning run rule, Texas victory.
I don't even see 13 runs total.
That's not
all these games.
Yeah, that's not 5 years ago. That's literally last year with Texas Tech. And obviously, again, they got a coach, they got that pitcher, but it's a lot of the same players from last year's team that was not very good, but couldn't come close to Texas, that are all of a sudden here taking on Texas, competing for a national championship. So,
well, the lady on the mound makes a difference.
That is, yeah.
So
She does. And we talked about it yesterday. Look, Texas and Texas Tech played twice this year, even though they're in different conferences. 2 games back in February, the Longhorns won both. One of them was 2-1, and that was with that elite pitcher on the mound for Texas Tech. It was Tegan Cavan for Texas. It was Kennedy for Texas Tech. Texas won that game in 9 innings, 2-1 in Austin. The other game was an 11-0 run rule, but Kennedy did not pitch in that one. So, look, she's going to pitch every game. She's going to pitch every inning.
absolutely. Yeah.
So for Texas, you need Tegan Cavan to be the pitcher she's been in these Women's College World Series. She actually has better numbers than Kennedy. And for the Texas Bats, they have to take advantage of their opportunities.
Look out for her changeup when she comes with that off-speed ball. That is, and she throws it at any time. She'll throw it first pitch. She'll throw it. It doesn't matter what the count is. She comes with that pitch. She's got all that movement. I mean, she's tall, she's wide, and when she comes with all that motion, and then that ball comes in there at 50 miles an hour, you're talking about throwing you off. You're talking about people being in front. I saw so many girls way out in front, and I saw so many girls take that pitch, and next thing you know, they're just sitting there, they're just frozen.
She's a strikeout queen. I mean, Tegan Cavan has a lower ERA than Kennedy does, but Kennedy's got more strikeouts than any pitcher in this Women's College World Series. And, yeah, her stuff is just nasty. It's nasty. And, look, Texas offensively hasn't done a whole lot. They've scored 9 runs in 3 games in OKC.
Game 1, they need a breakout game with some runs.
I don't think that's going to happen. I just think they've hit a lot of home runs. I think they've hit 5 home runs in this Women's College World Series so far.
It's been a lot of solos, yeah.
Yeah, it's been a lot of solo shots, right? Their first run against Tennessee on Saturday was a solo home, or excuse me, on Monday was a solo homer.
And I don't mind a bunch of punch and Judy tries because Texas has speed to get down to first. They need to force this team to play defense and make some plays on defense.
That's it.
By putting the ball in play.
You gotta take advantage of your opportunities. Again, if she makes a mistake, home runs are always good. We're never going to say no to that. I mean, that power Texas's offense against Florida. They won that game 3-0. They had 3 solo home runs to win that game. So if you can hit the ball out of the ballpark, that's going to make life a lot easier for you. But there might only be 1 or 2 innings in these games where you get ducks on the pond and you do have runners in scoring position. You've got.
That's why you got to go ahead. You got to force them to make some plays on defense. BK. Texas is one of the faster teams so far, I think, in the Women's College World Series. I think they're one of the faster teams. Them, Oregon, and I'm trying to figure out, is Texas Tech one of those teams, one of those top 3 or 4 teams with speed themselves? I just don't think they feel as well as some of the other teams. So you got to make them make some plays.
You got to make them make some plays. Yep, put the ball in play. And look, if you're Texas softball, you have to do the opposite of Texas baseball, right? I mean, the Longhorns had their opportunities. They just couldn't take advantage of them. They couldn't get those timely hits when they needed to. These games are going to be close. They're going to be pitchers' duels. I mean, we're talking, 2-1. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a 1-0 game in these next 3 days. So you have to make the most of any opportunities you get because they will be few and far between. But again, the good news, Texas beat Nigeri Kennedy this year. They also beat her twice last year in the Women's College World Series when she was pitching at Stanford. So Texas has familiarity with her. There should be a little bit of confidence going up against her, and more of the confidence for Texas should lie with their starting pitcher, Tegan Cavan, who has been better than Kennedy in all 3 matchups that they've gone head-to-head against one another. So it won't be easy, but look, Oklahoma's dead. They've won 4 straight national championships. They were the dragon. They've been slayed. Obviously, Texas Tech's good because they're the team that eliminated OU from this tournament. They've earned their way to this spot. But, man, this is a very good opportunity staring Mike White and his team in the face right now. They are favored. They are projected to win.
It doesn't get any better when you get rid of Oklahoma.
Oklahoma's gone. You don't have to worry about playing on the road in Oklahoma City, right? Like, it's a short trip for Texas Tech, too. And I would think the Oklahoma fans and the Oklahoma natives who just go to the game because it's close, they'll probably be siding with Tech because they hate Texas more than they hate Tech. I don't think they like Tech very much, but you know what I mean?
Yes.
But it's not playing OU basically in their home ballpark. So you don't have to worry about the crowd being that much of a factor. And you've got a team that you can beat because you beat them twice this season already. So go get the job done, Coach.
Yeah, and she's going to pitch every game. Both these pitchers are there will be a lot of time on the mound for both of them, I believe.
Yeah, Kennedy's going to pitch every pitch for
Yes.
Texas Tech. Texas, I think, feels good about Mac Morgan. I mean, Morgan got the start
Especially
against
if you win the first game.
Yeah, Morgan got the start on what was it, Monday in that Tennessee game, and she pitched 4 scoreless innings. So I think Texas feels pretty good about going to her if they have to. She might maybe start game 2 tomorrow night. We'll see what happens in game 1 tonight. Maybe if Texas wins, they'll go to Mac Morgan. But if Texas loses, they're like, oh, we need our best because this is now an elimination game. We'll see what the strategy is if it gets there. But, for Texas Tech, it's going to be Kennedy all the way. And for the Longhorns, it's finding a way to score just a couple of runs off of her. And if you do that, then you will be hoisting a trophy.
Very nice.
North of the border. Good stuff. Best of luck. By the way, shout out to Texas women's sports. There have only been 2 instances where the same school had a team in the women's Final Four and the Women's College World Series final in the same year. 2007 Tennessee, 2025 Texas. So pretty cool what the Texas women's teams have done. We know how good volleyball's been. We know how good rowing's been. It's been campus-wide, but awesome to see basketball and softball getting this far into their respective tournaments. Doesn't happen often. Man. All right. Bring on the fellas here in a second. We've got a Disney story to get into. Buck, are you a Disney fan?
It's a small world. That's it for me.
Are you just saying a Disney phrase, or that didn't really answer my question?
That's one of those little rides you go in when when the lines are like so deep for Space Mountain and shit like that. I get in the line where it's a small world. I just go around and around and listen to that song. It's a small world after all. I mean, you just sit there and you get to go to sleep in there.
Oh, it sounds like it's hard to go to sleep because you got that song blasting.
Oh, that song just keeps playing over and over while you're sitting in a little boat. You're in like a little rowboat and it just takes you on a little wheelie and you go around. It's okay.
Are you allowed to just stay on the ride? Don't you have to get off when the ride is over and then get back in line?
That one you don't really have to because there's nobody on it but a bunch of olds falling asleep.
Because nobody wants to be a part
of babies, that. And people trying to put their babies to sleep.
Yeah, smart move right there.
I never even got a chance to ride on the Space Mountain. The line was so long. I don't wait in lines. I don't like long lines for stuff that's going to scare me anyway.
Nobody likes long lines for anything, right?
No.
Yeah, especially for something like that. All right, we go to we'll bring on the boys for this for a little crosstalk here. It's Double R, it's Wags. When we go to China
disrespect
story, gentlemen. Thank you, Coach. No sound, but some video here. This is something that took place at Disneyland, China, a couple of days ago. We've got some fighting going on. Apparently, there was some accusations of line cutting at Disneyland, China, and it turned into fights. And, the little kid just took a stray. So you've got 2 dudes fighting. Assume 2 husbands. You've got 1 woman trying to break it up wearing a stupid-looking bunny rabbit ears hat.
That lady is pissed.
And then you got the other lady in the white shirt holding a kid in her left hand trying to break it up. And then the woman with the bunny ears hat just smacks the kid in the face.
Yeah, that kid.
You hit my car. You hit my car. You hit my car.
The mom breaks out in tears as if she got hit when the little girl got hit.
Well, I think the mom. I think a good mom probably gets sadder when their kid gets hit.
For sure,
when they get hit.
Why didn't she put the kid down?
That's exactly like
because she don't want the kid to run in there. The kid will run in there and get one of those karate chops to the face.
That lady was mule kicking. Did you notice that when she was first, like they had her in the grasp, as they say in football? She was doing a mule kick
she
back
said,
there.
Get that kid out of my face.
That's exactly what she did.
Whoa.
She said, you know what? F you, lady. I'm going to hit your kid instead.
Man.
I don't know who's the wife to which husband. So I can't tell who Bunny Ears is trying. Like, is she trying to fight the other guy?
She's with the guy.
She's with the dude in the black shirt. She's with the dude in the black shirt.
Okay, so you think she's trying to fight? She's not trying to like pull her husband off of the other guy.
She's choke holding that dude.
She's trying to also beat up on the other guy.
That's over a line cutting?
The accusations of cutting a line at Disneyland in China.
I know this, boy. I know my ex, and I know with my former wife right here. If you hit their kid like that, that's it. I'm dropping a kid, and I'm about to take your head off. The people I know, the ladies I know, would take that lady's head right off her shoulders.
And then my wife would go to jail.
She knocked the living
she'd
snot
be in
out of that
jail.
one
They'd have to drag her off that lady to hit the kid, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Is it considered self-defense if it's your kid? I mean, it's not
so.
yourself. But
oh yeah.
it is like,
it's self-defense. If you're protecting your child, you kidding me?
Yeah, that's your first job as a parent is to protect your child. Like somebody hit your kid, that to me that's self-defense. Like I'm defending my child's.
That's you hit my kid. That's when things go beer bottle, mug to
that's
the
when
face.
I see red.
Yeah,
right.
Things go over the top after that.
Yeah, that's what I've always said. I'm a pretty mild-mannered guy, but
that lady was eye raking that dude in the white.
Yeah, and then she knocked
going
that
to
dude
the eyeballs.
The guy on the top side, she's got him in a chokehold.
Oh, and then a slam
knocked him over the ledge.
I can't believe that this is over line cutting. That is wild.
BK, that looked like one of those stairs. That lady falling down those stairs looked like that lady who had the fake dog that went over the sisters right there.
That's what I was thinking. Like
yeah,
that,
when you hit the oh no,
like
no, oh gee. Oh, look at her sister come. Oh no, oh sis. Oh,
how do you
and mom's there just laughing her ass off.
How'd you get that from this?
Well, wouldn't you see that lady go over that rail here at the end there?
Yeah,
she go.
It's a guy who gets pushed over a rail. He gets tabletopped.
Okay,
he just dropped to a knee like she broke her arm.
Bam! Oh,
show the grandma again.
It's just that I see that steps don't give. The bricks on the steps. See if the bricks give here for this lady. Oh no! Oh my! That is still worse. Oh my! Sister Bertha, help Bertha, will you?
So these are some pretty weak punches being thrown. I'm not even sure if punches are even being thrown.
No,
the woman fighting
an eye gouge for an Asian lady. That's got to hurt though.
It's hard to take any of this seriously. The woman who's fighting the hardest is wearing a bunny ear hat. Like this whole thing is just
where the
ridiculous.
hell is Goofy? Where's Goofy and Mickey and Minnie and the rest of them and the security?
Do they have those over there?
Well, they should have the 7 dwarfs there running around with security outfits.
They're on break. Something different.
They're on break.
Yeah, that happened at a quarter after the hour. They're like, man, we don't care. We got
Rodney, that's why when I go to Disneyland, I go to Disney World, I get on that little thing with Small World and just keep going around and around till everybody gives up and gets, everybody falls asleep and then we go home.
Oh man. Well, you mentioned Space Mountain a while ago. I saw something over the weekend where the great Ric Flair said that Halle Berry rode Space Mountain. Ric Flair calls himself Space Mountain.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yeah.
Nice pull there, Rick.
I don't know if that actually went down. That's a hard one for me to imagine.
You're calling BS?
I don't know if I think that's a lot of flair right there.
A lot of flair, is it?
Haley Berry said it never happened, but I'd say that too, so.
Yeah, nicely done. So there you go. That brawl, by the way, happened at Crazy Animal City at Disneyland Park in Shanghai, China. There's no sound, but apparently heated words were exchanged before the fight began. And Goofy and Minnie broke it up, and Chip and Dale were filming that video.
Very nice. Good job, Chip and Dale.
Do we have an update? Can we get an update on that? Or
this happened just a couple of days ago. It says, the article I'm reading right now says it wasn't clear if anyone was hurt.
Okay.
It doesn't look like anybody was hit hard enough to be seriously injured here.
No.
But I don't have an update on whether or not people got arrested. I mean, I'm sure they got kicked out of the park.
The lady with bunny ears is pretty aggressive.
She's very aggressive. She's a very aggressive gal.
I think she's cranked out or something because she's like on a mission right there. I don't know what she had done before.
You as a guy, can you punch that lady in the face? I mean, you're allowed to. You're defending yourself, right?
If she swings on you, yeah.
If she swings on my kid, there's a chance.
She's probably going to take a shot.
If she swings on me, I'm like, I feel like I can. That depends on the woman. If it's Brittany Griner here, I might have to swing back because I can't just like fend her off. But if it's the woman in this bunny rabbit hat, then I'm like, I'm just pushing her away to where I don't need to throw any punches. But if she hits my kid, That might change things a little bit. By the way, the names of these characters, the two guys are Holy Fook and Something Wong.
This guy.
I believe.
And she's Fu Sheet.
Yeah.
Fu Sheet and Bang Ding Ow.
Anytime kicking comes in, anytime kicking is involved, I'm not down with that. I start looking for items to pick up and heave, you know.
You know who they needed there the medical team? They needed Dr. William Cannon there to go.
That's
make sure.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Dr.
I like
William
that.
Cannon.
I'd have told that lady, give me your kid. You get in there. You better get in there and defend your man. That lady just hit your kid. I'll hold the kid. I'll keep the kid from crying, but you get in the battle. I don't need a battle for you. I'll hold your kid. You go in there and jump into battle. Mom.
Yeah.
No disrespect.
We have to play that again just in case. We got to cover our bases here. Thank you, Coach.
Yes. Thanks, Coach.
So there you go.
Yeah, that's nuts. I mean, for a ride, don't jump the line. Those people wait hours for that madness.
I'm still struggling to believe there had to have been something going on other than just, sorry, you got in the line for bumper cars before I did, or you're going to see the elephant show before I did. That's what it is. They want to see the elephant show over there. They want to see Dumbo.
Yeah, Dumbo. Oh, thanks.
I don't know, man. Cutting line, again, you wait a long time in those parks. So if you're standing in a spot, maybe it was a hot day, it's 90 degrees outside, and you've been waiting for an hour, and all of a sudden someone jumps you at the front of the line, and they're about to take your spot.
When you go for your sushi at Mama Chu's or whatever that place is that you guys go get your sushi, you know, some of those places have those. Do you wait in line there? Would you be pissed if somebody came with 4 people and cut in front of you with their friends?
Yes.
Do you mind the I'm in line, but these 3 friends are coming, we're all together? Does that bother you?
I don't know why Asians have to be involved with your story.
We're talking about them, right?
Yeah, I'd be mad at Taco Bell if somebody did that to me.
Yeah,
that's Mexican. I'm sorry, Texas Roadhouse. I'd be mad at Texas Roadhouse if somebody did that.
There are levels to it, right? Like, you know, I think about barbecue, right? You're standing in line at Franklin or La Barbecue or a place like that, and if it's like, if the people in front of me, if it's a group and someone comes late and joins that group, that's okay.
That's right. Six people can't come in there. You're not bound.
And even if it's just one, if it's one person, I'm not going to cause a scene. But if it's like just a group of 4 people, like if this was a family of 4 that just cut in line in front of like my family of 4,
but you're all right if they're all together. They've had a table and they just got there. That's okay.
Yeah, if it's just one late ad, I can live with it. But if it's an entire group of people cutting, then it's.
But
like,
you know what?
You got to say something at that point, right?
People do that because I remember back in the old days at the old station when I was when I would help coordinate, you know, like when a big guest was coming in and going to sign autographs and all this, you'd have a line of people just down the, you know, causeway or whatever you want to call it, and somebody would just walk up to the front of the line just nonchalantly and just kind of stand there like, oh yeah, I'm here. It's like the line's over there. The line's all the way back.
Excuse me? Hey, excuse me?
Excuse me, bitch?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's... Oh, here we go.
Excuse me, bitch?
That was me at the remote.
I definitely don't want to see that at Disney World.
Goodness. All right. Well, that's all I've got for you guys today.
All right, boys, listen. BK has a list that Sark didn't make. BK's got a list that just doesn't make any sense. You gotta leave that with those guys to talk about, BK. That's amazing.
Well, I'll let them do the show that they had planned. But
what's going on?
I'll send you guys this after the show if y'all want to talk.
We can talk about it tomorrow for crosstalk. We can see what's up.
All right, I'll figure it out then.
There you go.
You guys have a good day. Have a good show.
Later. There they go. Here we are. We have arrived. The chaos train and chaos theory is upon you on Texas Sports Unfiltered on this wonderful June 4th, day of our Lord, year of our Lord, rather, 2025. Welcome in, everyone. Again, you can follow us on Twitter, on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on InstaFace, and then back on Twitter, Brand X at Not the Fake Wags, and then my partner in crime, double R. He is over there at the Rodney R on the Rodney R on Brand X and Twitter, and then the _ Rodney R on InstaFace. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already and get a part of this conversation. Also, hit us up on that Coda text line if you are out and about and if you are mobile. Those lottery numbers are 512-222-9328. Again, 512-222-9328 are the numbers to play. All right, amigo, where do you want to go first, man?
Hey, buddy.
Did you watch any baseball last night?
I did. Something happened.
About the only time you could fit it in between all these with the lull in sports today, right?
Hey, I was going to tell you this the other day. Did you see your man? See what happens when you leave Baltimore? Your man, Corbin Burns. He's on IR.
That's not usually what happens when you leave. Baltimore is you become an all-star.
Become badass. He's on IL. So anyway, yeah, I did watch a little baseball, man.
Yeah, my team won, your team won. Good day, good little day there. We took that. Matter of fact, kind of bonus for you guys. We took down the Mariners there, helping you guys out in the West a little bit. Not that I don't think you guys will need it. It's like taxes and winning the West is usually what happens for the Astros there. But yeah, it's good little night of baseball. After that, man, I got.
You go to bed early?
I went no.
Oh.
No. Did I go to bed early? I can't. I try to go to bed early and I can't. The only way I can go to bed early is if I'm like out on a boat, sunburnt and
tore up,
sun kissed rather, and had a couple of drinks that day. Usually you'll find me in the bed pretty early after that. But nah, man. Turned on The Sopranos. It got back involved with The Sopranos. And it gave me an idea. I mean, we had some really good top 5 ideas yesterday. Sex positions. We also had the other one will come to me, but this one also, right? How about top 5 HBO series?
Ooh, that would be good.
I don't know if not just TV series that have been on HBO. Now, Game of Thrones obviously will probably be it's in the top 5 for sure, right? But I mean, there's so many good productions by HBO that we got to throw into this thing, man.
Yeah, and to think about, and that's where HBO, MTV's kind of gone into the shitter after all these years. We remember the MTV.
Did you grow up watching MTV?
All the time, dude. I'm telling you, it was like with remote control and then all the news and all of that. And I remember after school, we'd haul ass home to go watch a countdown, even though we knew the top 20 was going to be the same dadgum videos we saw the day before in a little bit of a different order. And
sure,
then
but you wanted to see the shuffle up, right?
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I really did when it was MTV. You remember Friday Night Videos? That may be a little bit.
No, I don't remember Friday Night Video, but I remember the I probably was like 11 when I stopped watching. I didn't stop watching, but I put the pause on sports a little. Like I would have sports downstairs, but I would also like upstairs in the video game room, I would have MTV on, right? And it was it was during the time of like Guns N' Roses' Use Your Illusion when they dropped their first Use Your Illusion album, right? So it was probably like 90, 91-ish. I think Appetite for Destruction was like 88 or something like that. So this was Use Your Illusion 1. Yeah, Don't You Cry was their big ballad that they put out there. Soft rock from in Nirvana. Smells Like Teen Spirit. Smells Like Teen Spirit knocked off
91, 92,
Guns N' Roses, and I was just,
era.
Who's Nirvana? And that turned me on to grunge rock a little bit there. Probably like 11 is when that happened, man. When I got into like a really good, I guess, blend of I mean appointment setting viewing, right? Was probably 11 or 12 is when I needed to start watching MTV, but it didn't last long. Right? Because I think what you're alluding to is other than the countdown, the music started to become, it started to get scarce less and less, right? And then started to get, shows and singled out started to come on. And that was enticing too, but
that was fine.
I think I left not HBO. I think I left MTV and started watching VH1 because of pop-up video.
Yeah. Yeah.
And or the damn lip singing on VH1 where you had to lip sync the words or whatever.
And I think what was so much easier you said it a while ago, you kind of moved off sports. It's so hard now where I think if you're somebody that's consumed with sports, like a lot of us are, it's really, I mean, because there's always something to consume now.
Oh yeah. And we only had 3 channels. I had Home Team Sports.
Yeah.
To watch baseball on. And that was basically just
like the Superstation. WTBS would have whatever. I mean, you could watch.
We did have TNT or TBS for other baseball games.
Yeah.
Usually it was 3 channels that got you your sports. ESPN was one of them if you had cable, but ESPN wasn't pumping out everything that they're pumping out now.
What you have now. Yeah, it was. And that's like whether like here, because you had Monday Night Baseball, and that was always so weird where it's like, okay, Monday Night Baseball, you have a game. I think about that a lot of times. That's all
you were watching. If your team's not on Home Team Sports, you're watching that baseball game.
That's all you had to watch. And that's the thing where I think so many people, when folks talk about the popularity of the Atlanta Braves, it was hard to not be an Atlanta Braves fan because shit, you saw it all the time on the Superstation. I mean, TBS had the Braves it seemed like every day, the Braves were on. So, and then they go on a run. So but it was really easy to kind of get off to the MTV, to the VH1, to the different things because sports wasn't consuming you like it is now. I mean, now even on an off night, like last night, we can call it an off night, but there's still stuff there. I was watching a race from up north and I was glued to the TV till 10 o'clock when it finally got done. Yeah. I got in bed.
You were up past 8 o'clock.
Well, I got in bed around 9, but I watched it in bed. I watched it in bed as it ended. Yeah. I go to bed early, but I stay awake is what I do.
Do you toss and turn all night?
Hey, what I do on my personal time is none of your beeswax.
Hey man, I don't
use an 80s term.
I'm not looking. I'm not voyeuring up. I'm not trying to get into your house there.
But hey, well, that's okay. You can come anytime you want to. You're right down the road.
I appreciate it. Hey, look, you and Tracy are more than welcome to, man. Especially when September's the target date, baby. We had the meeting last night. We know all we got to do is it's gonna happen regardless. We just gotta agree to the numbers and sign something, and then we start it. It's
in pen. You can't sign it in pencil because once you sign it, you stuck.
Yeah, I'm excited though, man. We had the meeting yesterday, and we're still shopping, I think, too, right? I think we've nestled in to the nook of one company. I just don't know. We like everything that they're saying. We love the longevity. I think we're gonna go with the gunite pool, concrete gunite. Just for resale value, and I think you get a lifetime warranty if you go with concrete. So I think
how are there, and I mean, I hate to even go there because I know a lot of times these are really good things to look at, but at the same time, they're not really good things to look at. But how are their reviews?
Oh, fantastic reviews. They've been in business for over 30 years. Actually, shout out to Jason Meyer, Beaverlands Jason. It's the same company that he used and he went with, and we threw his name out there to this company too. So hopefully something comes back to you, man.
Oh man, you threw his name out there. 30% price increase right there.
30% price increase. There you go.
I tell you what I'm going to do. I just heard Bucky talking, our man, Mike McCall, who did an amazing job here. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. I heard Bucky say that Mike talked to him about maybe putting in a little putting green in the backyard.
Ooh, that would be good too, man. Go from the putting green over to the pool. Do a little thing there. I got so many ideas. Got to call Tom up too, buddy.
I've got a space over there, and I've got a raggedy putting green over here in my office. It looks like one of them paint things where you roll when you're painting.
Oh yeah,
you roll. That's what the cup looks like, and it's some Jimmy Dean AstroTurf wannabe stuff over here. That give me a putting green. That'd be cool. So less grass to cut.
I felt kind of a little bad yesterday. Like during the meeting, I kind of took over, and the guy's just like, all right, well, so we'll line it out here. It's like, no, you're going to line it up here and everything. He's like, no, this looks like a better spot. I'm like, I'm telling you, it's not. He goes, well, why? I was like, the shade. Like I've been watching my yard for a while. The shade, and look at the grass. Like all that dead grass right there, I want gone. I'm not gonna dig into the grass that's been preserved and actually is green and lush. I'm not getting rid of that. get that shit out of, or get the dead stuff out that I can't keep alive, because that's where the sun's going to be at.
That's the thing. If you're gonna chew up your backyard, I mean, find those spots right there, because that's what we did when we pulled out, because we had flower beds back there. We pulled all that out and we turned that into like nothing is going to grow there. Ever.
Yeah, nothing's going to grow in my yard anyways. It's just not with it's just too damn hot in my. I've said this before. I've been all over the damn place. I've seen the sun everywhere. My yard is the hottest spot I've ever been in. My yard in Austin right here is the hottest spot I've ever been in. That's the hottest sun that I've ever felt.
And it's so crazy now, Wags, because I actually have someone that comes in and treats our yard before the summer to make sure.
You only get it done one time?
Huh?
You only get it sprayed like one time?
No. We get it treated, but I mean, to actually go out there and put seed in there to kind of help keep the grass healthy, because I'll let it die. Since we're restricted on watering around here. They came out and did that, and it keeps raining, and so now it's like, I mean, I did yard work here over the weekend, and now it's like that again because it rained again today. So
yeah, but that's few and far between when we get the rain.
Yeah, that's a good problem to have.
I'm hoping like with the pool, there's going to be enough saturation around the yard that things are going to stay lush anyways too. So that's my praying. That's my hope that everything happens. Is it a grotto or a pool? It's going to be a pool. It's going to be a pool. No grotto. But we're going to add some features to it. We're going to do some features. So if we're going to do this, I'm going to have a nice one. You know what I mean? I'm not just going to be out there looking like a swamp and stuff like that. I can't wait. Maybe a TSU party, huh?
Ooh.
Maybe a TSU party.
Maybe we can have TSU Fest at Wag's house.
That'd be something. We'd have to put a time limit on that though.
Then we can scurry over here.
We'll rock slide, no rock slide, rock slide. Yeah. Real quick though, and just in baseball, 5-1 for the Orioles last night over the M's. Again, when pitching comes around, it's fantastic. I feel like the bats are starting to come alive. Jackson Holiday had a nice little RBI knock in last night, but it's still too few and far between his ABs. O'Hearn's generating the most offense out of that lineup, but still they're just down because they don't have the match. Tony Santander, like I love Anthony Santander, man. It sucked to see him go away to the Blue Jays. Just wasn't a bat that was going to get you 300. Right, but it was a nice 240 to 250 bat in your lineup that could knock out 40 home runs. That it was hard to plan around. Right, it gave one more slot in that lineup to where you had to prep for it, and then it just helped turn the line over or helped turn the lineup over much better than what we're getting now. We're just run production's down. And honestly, Baltimore hasn't been as active on the base paths as they were with Hyde at the helm. So there's going to be some spiraling out of control a little bit, I feel like, for Baltimore. Any hopes of postseason play, that's out the window, in my opinion. I know we still got a long time left, but anytime you have a managerial transition or removal, it's probably going to go awry for you. So again, pitching wasn't there for Baltimore in the first place, and now you don't have Skipper that was able to manufacture all your runs that you were getting with small ball. Can't rely on the lumber that much, man. You got to rely on the arms, like we always talk about.
And that's where, with Baltimore being in that division,
it's frustrating, man. It's just like you were right fucking there. You know what I mean? And then you just frustrating.
In that division, is such a gauntlet. Whereas on the flip side, with the Astros being in the West, that is just up for grabs at the moment. I mean, you've got an Astros team that I think is still trying to find themselves, and they sit a half a game ahead of Seattle after last night and 4.5 ahead of Texas, to where it's the division is coming back to them like we talk about. And I do have to say, last night something happened that I didn't think was ever going to happen again. It just seems like it would never happen for the Astros. By golly, Lance McCullers won a game. He pitched 6 innings, and
I haven't been paying attention. It hadn't been that bad for y'all, has it?
Well, I mean, it's the whole thing with McCullers. It's like, okay, he's back, now he's gone. And then you had where he came back, and it was just that horrible situation in Houston, I think it was, where he had a horrible outing in the first inning, gave up 6-8 runs, whatever it was, and somebody's threatening his kids and, just being a total dipshit. And then they figured out who that was. And that guy's admitted to it and wants to apologize to McCullers and the family. And McCullers is like, look, I'm all about grace. I'm all about second chances. I will accept the apology. This dude's probably going to get off. I mean, not get off, but get away with this, where this was a really bad situation. But for McCullers to win a game, hadn't won a game since 2022, Lance McCullers. So maybe.
Jeez, I didn't realize it went back that far.
It's crazy, isn't it?
That's crazy. That is nuts.
Because I'll be
all the success that they have had, and it's been since 2020, almost 3 years.
That's now won a game. And it's because it's always been for me. It's like, and I feel for the guy. I like the guy. He's great. He's great in the community. He's great in everything that he does. Lance McCullers is just a good dude. But every time where it's like Lance McCullers is coming back, it's like we were talking about yesterday with whoever that was. Okay, for how long? For how long is he going to be back? Will he ever get back? But good for him. So hopefully it's a road that's turned right there.
Some other things that I saw, I wanted to get over to you late. The hypothetical, we've been talking about hypotheticals for Kirk Cousins. I saw ESPN drop something that he could be returning back to the Vikings. I wanted to touch on that with you a little bit. I still think the move for him is to find a way into Pittsburgh, especially with the advent of DK Metcalf. Again, I'm not saying that you don't have weapons in Minnesota. You have a plethora of weapons in Minnesota, probably more weapons than you had when you left. But will the hypothetical reunion in Minnesota be well welcomed? Right? It's almost like they were moving on from you because of your stale play. Again, I now with a couple of years with Justin, with Jay Jettas at the belt or at the helm, and also Jordan Addison and other pieces, I'd like to think with Kirk Cousins knowing that system, I'd like to think that they'd be able to light it up. I mean, I'd like to think any quarterback that comes into that to that huddle, right, with those wide receivers in that offense would be able to light it up. Maybe the lack of mobility is a concern for Cousins as well. You saw Sam Darnold have to scramble for his life at times, and maybe that is why they elect to go with J.J. McCarthy after everything's said and done with. But the hypothetical for Cousins back to Minnesota does make sense.
Mm-hmm.
I don't for a bridge. Clearly for a bridge. Like, this isn't the guy that's going to be taking you, for the next 4 years and trying to roll out a championship, right? But it's decent if you need some tutelage there to kind of have some mentorship for JJ McCarthy. Just be like, all right, well, this is what worked well for me in this offense. Maybe you can get this clicking too.
I think Cousins that would be a great, honestly, in full
Pittsburgh to me is the better move for Cousins.
Well, that's what I'm saying. In full transparency, and the main reason being for Pittsburgh to just say, look, Rodgers, and look, maybe that deal's done. I don't know. Maybe the timeline's already set for Aaron to go do that. Maybe they've already figured it out. We don't know. But Kirk Cousins to
wouldn't
Pittsburgh,
it be done, though? Like, that's, you say we don't know, but wouldn't it be my thought process is Tomlin's not going to put up with this bullshit. Like, it seems like Tomlin's a no nonsense guy, regardless of your diva status.
Yeah,
in the NFL. And guess what, Aaron Rodgers? Your diva status has gone you're not as hot as you are crazy.
No.
All right. No. You're more crazy than you are hot.
And that's why I would like to see Pittsburgh make the move for Cousins. I think Cousins would be good in Pittsburgh, just like you do. But I want Pittsburgh to go like this. And this is a middle finger.
No, I got you.
And say, we're taking this guy and we're moving on. Because if you're Pittsburgh, and again, maybe the deal's done. I don't know. But you're sitting here.
What do we got going on here in our chat?
They're talking about so it's about TSU bash at your house. Well, we're going to sit around the fire and change quarterback names. Is what we're going to be doing at TSU bash. I'm assuming we're
throwing out some. I'm like, what the hell did we talk about that make all these guys throw all these names out? These are great names.
We're going to be drinking beer, liquor, and smoking dope.
They're all
I'm assuming is what's going to be going on over there.
Oh, I just saw it. Sit around the campfire and talk quarterbacks. 2005 to 2014.
Oh, we got to go later than that. We got to go earlier.
I was going to go earlier, and I was, things that could, like Joey Harrington, Kurt Kittner, you know what I mean? Like all those
Joey Hamburger. Yeah.
Much.
But man, Pittsburgh, I wish Pittsburgh would make the move, because I do think that Cousins, I mean, look, and I know the knock on him is he does a really good job of getting contracts and making money. Well, that's good for him. He's got a good agent, whatever. Get in there. If you're Mike Tomlin and the system, Arthur Smith, you got to get your shit moving right here. And I would absolutely not wait around for Aaron Rodgers at 40. I mean, if he was 30.
What's your Kirk Cousins or Aaron Rodgers?
Kirk Cousins.
Okay.
Kirk Cousins. I just think that.
Okay,
Kirk Cousins,
hold on. Let me repose the question. Quarterback skill set and playmaking ability, Kirk Cousins or Aaron Rodgers?
That's where you might lean to Rodgers.
It might not be as lopsided as we think now. Don't let the old Aaron Rodgers fool you.
That's the whole thing. That's where I think a lot of this is, where folks are like, Aaron can do this for Pittsburgh. Well, he could 4 or 5 years ago, but and then in that division, and I have the same concern for Cousins, to be honest with you, where against the defenses that you're going to face in that division, these two old dudes better have good protection. So I hope whichever one of these guys you go with, if it's going to be one of them, that you're going to solidify your offensive line, because ain't going to be no Lamar Jackson moving around back there.
Right. That's the difference here, man. And even Aaron Rodgers, if you're trying to find those magic legs, buddy, those magic legs left you about 5 years ago.
Yeah.
You haven't strapped the belt on going into the end zone in a long time.
His legs are wobbly, and that's so. It's funny that you mentioned about the mentoring thing. Did you hear Flacco over the weekend or last weekend, whenever it was, to where he's at Browns camp? He's getting the majority of the snaps right now, I think. But they were like, "So do you feel that you're here to be a mentor?" And he's like, "I'm here to play football." He's like, I can pass on some information. He said, but I'm not. That's not why I'm here. I'm getting paid to play football.
Right. If there was not a scarcity, or again, like I go to this all the time now, it's not even a scarcity. It's almost like a disparity in the league. Joe Flacco wouldn't be not even on a team, but competing for a spot. Right.
Yeah.
There's bad quarterback play in the NFL. And that's why you're still seeing a lot of these guys at the table, right? That's why you're still having a conversation about Kirk Cousins, having longevity here, or if he's, not even ready to hang it up. Everybody saw what we saw in Atlanta. It was awful. It was bad for Kirk Cousins. It wasn't working. It was almost like that scene out of Any Given Sunday, where Dennis Quaid goes, "Tony, if I go back in there, I'm going to fold." Right? Well, in the movie, he didn't fold. He actually went out and balled out and had one of the games of his life, and had the John Elway helicopter run for the touchdown there. Kirk Cousins wasn't able to do that. Now, if he's trying to make one last hurrah and make this push to try and fold the eye in the sky, let's see how long it can go. Maybe 4 games. I would have the leash as about 4 games, and if it starts to get really bad, pull in. If he lands in Pittsburgh, right? If he lands in Pittsburgh, 4 games. If it doesn't go well, and maybe you pull him and go with Will Howard. Maybe it's wild to say that, but you've procrastinated so badly. What's your quarterback room look like at this point?
And did you see what
are you going with? You're not going with Mason Randolph. We've seen that. Like, you've tried to roll that out there time and time again. It did not work. That's just insanity if you continue to roll Mason Rudolph out there to try and get the same results.
And one of those scenarios that you were talking about, where it had the trade possibilities for Cousins, and correct me if I'm wrong, it had Cleveland in there also, to where it's like Cleveland would trade. I don't remember which one of them.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, that they would trade one of their quarterbacks to get Kirk Cousins. I'm like, shit. I mean, so you want 2 old dudes and 2 new dudes? Is that what you're trying to figure out there? And it's like that would make sense. I'm like, that does not. Cleveland, their quarterback room already does not make sense.
Oh, Matt Ryan's a good pool, guys. That's a great pool from Boston College in that time era.
Yeah. But yeah, Joe Flacco, and that's, we do talk about that, to where the young dude or the older dude is going to help the younger dude. Again, that's kind of one of those things to where that's kind of a given, where he's going to.
I think Flacco can play ball for Cleveland. Like,
I can too.
Like, Flacco's better than the quarterbacks that they brought in than Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders.
Absolutely. I mean,
for night and day better.
Yeah. For people that are saying, "Oh, Shedeur is going to start on week 1," I'm like, based on what? Because he's throwing in shorts and a shimmel and no defense coming at him. I mean, you've got Joe Flacco.
Are they? Is Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders going to be more mobile than Joe Flacco? Absolutely. You don't need to be a genius to know that. Like Joe Flacco has got a walking cane, but he's got a cannon to go with it. So
yeah, and he's got pocket presence. He's got experience. He's got leadership. He's got. I mean, I absolutely go with Joe Flacco, and it's for the why'd they bring him in. That one makes the most sense to me, to be honest with you.
Hey, I'm joining the party here, guys. Will Greer, West Virginia. Does that fit? Is that in the what are the years we going with here?
You leave my second string backup Dallas Cowboy quarterback alone. See, I'm representing Will Greer today, my man. I got my Bill Parcells.
I saw some West Virginia quarterbacks come out there. So, Scotty McBride.
That would be
Sean
fun.
Sean Hill, Maryland quarterback. Sean Hill.
Buccaneers. He led the Buccaneers for a while.
Sean Hill, baby.
Sean Hill. Friends, new or pre-owned car trucker.
Hold on, Will Greer, Florida, or Will Greer, West Virginia? He went to both. He did both.
West Virginia.
Chris Leak.
Chris, take a leak.
Take a leak.
New or pre-owned car trucks or SUVs, there's one place to go. It is the Palace out there in beautiful Bee Caves. It's over 40 acres of greatness out there. You've got so many service bays. You've got 3 different dealerships, 7 OEMs that you're going to find over at Covert Bee Cave. If you got a student right now, we're in college graduations, high school graduations. They need that first vehicle to get out on their own. By the way, speaking of all of that, I got so my oldest, Kendall, my Kardashian girls, my oldest on the 2nd, whenever that was, turned 25. Today, my other Kardashian, Chloe, turns 23. So boom, happy birthday, girls. We're taking y'all to dinner tomorrow. Not taking you to this place, but if you need a car, this is where we're taking you.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Absolutely. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Don't forget, friends, there's a new lawyer in town. When that storm hits, you call Hurricane Hecht. That's Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in Austin. I know there's a lot of them. I know you're inundated when you watch the morning news, all these guys standing on cars and standing in junkyards and all these client testimonials that they've paid for that probably didn't even happen. That's not the case right here. A proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. He's not just a lawyer. He's a Longhorn through and through. That tells you how good he's going to be at his job. And he brings that same fire and pride into the courtroom. If you're injured in a car accident, hurt on a job, one of those situations, call Hurricane Hecht. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade. Best part about it is a lot of times with the fine print and all the fancy advertising that you see with those guys and ladies on TV, if you lose, you pay. You don't pay Hurricane Hecht unless you win. That's right. No fees unless Hurricane Hecht gets money in your pocket. Aggressive in court, compassionate and sentimental with you, the client. Ryan knows what you're going through, and he'll fight like hell to make it right. Supporting local sports, local businesses, and families. Friend of the show, fighter for the people. One of BK's good buddies. I can't wait to meet this dude. Sounds like my kind of guy. Don't let the big insurance companies push you around. Let Hurricane Hecht blow their case wide open. Call Hurricane Hecht today at 512-938-8929. You can also email him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com.
Good list here going on, guys. Did we name? I looked this up and I couldn't tell if I was out of the lines or not. I can't believe Johnny Manziel was earlier than 2015.
So he was, he's 2011 or 2012. I think,
Johnny Manziel. I mean, I don't know what the prereqs are, but Johnny Manziel, are you guys just going with college quarterback lists or obscure college quarterbacks?
Well, from what I see here,
was Johnny Manziel not in the 2015, 2005 to 2015 slate or era?
I swear he was 2012. I thought is when all that magic happened. I don't know. I've tried to.
We're just naming randos. I got you.
Randos. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, and plus, like Delgado said,
You're right, Wags, but we don't care about the
we
Aggies.
don't care about those people.
You're right.
Those people. Rhett Bomar. Oh, that's probably older. Again, that's why we need to go further back. Go to 2000 if we do something like that. Wags, why the hell they fired Tom Thibodeau?
I mean, I don't know. There was a lot of knee-jerk reaction. Jalen Brunson was even asked to on the podium, and I'm paraphrasing here, but he just like, we just lost the Eastern Conference Finals, and you're asking me if we have the right coach. Yeah, absolutely. We have the right coach for the job. 3 days later, exit stage right for Tom Thibodeau. I don't know who the next piece is going to be in there. We've seen the aftermath of Thibodeau's teams just getting constantly drained just through the tenacious defense that he likes to bring and just his style of play. People wonder if he wears his teams down. He doesn't go too deep into the bench. He plays with the guys he knows. That's kind of been his MO, right? But it's also been the shit that has come back to bite him in the ass. He goes with what he knows, which is what I respect. But ultimately, it feels like he's becoming. I don't want to give him this mantle yet. He's almost like the Schottenheimer, right? But he hadn't even gotten as far as Schottenheimer, in my opinion, right? But he's usually right around there. He's got teams that just a tweak here, a tweak there, and they're a championship caliber team. He just can't get over that hump. The guy can plan. He's a great planner. I just don't know if he's a head coach, and that's shitty to say because he's been a head coach for a while now.
It was just very much a defensive mindset here. It seemed like, and of course the obvious, because what's happened throughout the postseason is every time a team gets eliminated, it's like, okay, would Giannis fit there? Yeah, that's like every knee-jerk reaction. I mean, you just watch them go down, and I've done it where it's like, well, would Giannis fit there? I mean,
that's the biggest piece on the table is Giannis, right? But here's the thing: like, how much of your style of play are you going to have to change up just to fit Giannis into your locker?
Right. And I think with
does Giannis and Brunson work? You'd like to think that Giannis can work with anybody, right? But no, that's a legitimate question. Like, I brought it out there because I'm curious.
Well, but to the other point you made about changing the style of the offense, I mean, Thibodeau would have to. I think for Giannis to come in, you definitely have to change it because I think Brunson and Giannis could work together with Karl Towns. I mean, I think that could be a really good trio there. Maybe you'd be able to get Karl Towns more into the paint and
Towns needs to stay big.
Big.
He needs to play a little bit more physical.
That's right, and the addition of Giannis, I think, would do that. I mean, because
you know that you're right. I mean, they'd have to the opposition would seemingly have to play on their heels and almost catch if they're playing downhill and they're attacking the basket. Mm-hmm. Like Giannis with full steam going down the lane, but you got to foul him, right? If Karl Anthony Towns, the size that Karl Anthony Towns has, if he was to do the same thing, that'd be demonic for the opposition there, right? And when they're responding to that, or when they're rotating over and trying to I guess anticipate that, you have Jalen Brunson that is wide open, or you have maybe some other shooters that you can piece together with this thing that are wide open on the perimeter that can knock down shots.
Mm-hmm.
That it seems like a really good strategy. I just don't know how fluid it would be and how realistic it could get done.
And that's where I don't know where James Dolan goes from here. I mean, it just seemed like you were on a path. I mean, I know Mike Malone's there, Frank Vogel, Budenholzer. I mean, these guys are there. I mean, I don't know if you go with somebody like that. I mean, but is that, and those are great coaches, but I mean, are you making a lateral move, or do you go to college and try to pluck?
I think you're going on any one of those names that you sent is I think it's an improvement over Tibbs.
Yeah. Well, I saw something this morning where it's like Patino, Calipari. No, man. I mean,
Cal's not leaving Arkansas right now.
No,
Cal's not doing that.
Todd Golden. I mean, does that guy want to leave Florida? I mean, I don't know, but I don't know, man. It's really weird that you get a team into the conference finals and they run the coach out a week after, or however long it's been. But
very odd. It's almost like New York was on the stepping stone.
Seems like
they were coming back to relevancy, right? Like
they were a
doormat almost 5 years ago, right?
Yeah.
They were stock, the joking and laughing stock of the league, of the association. I thought Tibbs was getting them on the right track. It's just we've all seen the brand before, and we've seen the fallout with Tibbs's crew, right? It's just they break. They break.
They're beat up, yeah. And then when you get into a physical matchup like you had against Indiana, because Indiana with the experience and with what they have, I mean, that they're going to wear you down if you already wore down, you know. So I don't know, man. Interesting. So that obviously will be a talking point as to who moves into that job, and we'll see how long that takes. But very, very surprising yesterday to see that.
Yes, but no, right? Like it's Dolan. So
that's true.
I kind of wasn't surprised. Knee-jerk reactions usually fall in suit and kind of math for the Knicks, right? And that's kind of why they were spiraling out of control in the first place. It's just honestly, I'll be straight up with it. It's been bad ownership for a while. So
well, and I think a lot of it is because, you know, we heard it during the course of the playoffs when the Knicks would kind of, you know, miss a step to where it's like, okay, is it Tibbs' rotation? Is it the way that he's using the roster? Is it this? So those things were kind of already lurking around. And then I think the way it ended, I thought that would be a 7-game series. I mean, I thought that was going to go a little deeper, but they were manhandled pretty well in a lot of those games. So
I thought what they did against Boston was enough. All right. And it's not like Carlisle can't coach, right? If that's what Dolan is looking at and being like, oh, you got outcoached by Rick Carlisle.
That's not a bad thing.
Most coaches can get worked by Rick Carlisle. Like he's not a bad guy or not a bad coach, right? And also when you like we talked about it, the depth of the Pacers and Carlisle being able to utilize that depth, right? Maybe that opened an eye for, opened the mind up for New York's front office, and they're like, all right, we need more of an X's and O's guy, not just a disciplinarian. So, and that's what Tibbs is. Tibbs is disciplinarian. So,
Yep. Well, we'll follow that and see how that shakes out. A couple of big ones tonight, Wags. First and foremost, Texas softball getting to take on Texas Tech. Here it goes. Starts tonight. Tegan Cavan on the hill. Miss Kennedy on the hill there for Texas Tech. Got to figure out a way to generate some runs.
You got a prediction for the game?
It's going to be a low scoring, man. It's going to be low scoring. I think we could be in a 2-1 ball game. Texas.
Okay.
Texas 2-1.
Oh, you know what? Crystal ball just came clear. 4-1 Texas. Boom.
Well done. Well done.
Crystal ball just came clear. 4-1.
I checked the 8 ball earlier. This 8 ball, by the way. When I say 8 ball, this is what I'm talking about. So,
Jake Bayless with the Christian Ponder pool. That's a good one. You know what? I think Christian Ponder is. I don't know if he's still with Sam Ponder, but I think he did all right. I think the guy did okay.
Yeah.
Fun little show today. Fun. I mean,
he done good,
dude. We've kind of asked for this. I'm gonna use this platform right now to kind of lobby for it. I would love to have a 2-hour show to where we don't have to cram all the sports. We can just kind of talk like this and just have fun. That would be great.
Yeah,
that would be fun.
I'll tell you what's so great about
it. Feels like a morning show, anyways, man.
Well, I'll tell you what's so great about this show is that we do have, and I know all of our shows do, but I think ours,
our fans,
our interaction. I mean, there are people that. Oh, by the way, a TSU listener sent me a thing last night. I posted on Facebook when I did the Lost Speedways thing with Dale Jr. He's like, "Was this you?" And it says Rodney Rodriguez, Texas racing broadcaster. I'm like, that was me.
What happened?
So I think about 4 or 5 years ago, right around the time of the pandemic, they did it's called Lost Speedways, where Dale Earnhardt Jr. goes around and finds closed down racetracks and all these different things, and he was doing a series on them during the pandemic. And there was a super speedway in College Station, ironically, that was the only lost. And when they say Lost Speedway, it's one that was closed or for whatever reason. I went and did that with Dale Jr. and it's on the Peacock. And
you got interviewed by Dale Jr.?
We did a documentary together.
I didn't know this.
There were very few times that we were like, actually,
you modest mouth. Together. I had no idea. What's it called?
It's called Lost Speedways. Look for the Lone Star. I think it's season 2, episode 5. I think is what it is.
You sandbagging son of a bitch.
But-
I
but
never knew you were on there.
It's really cool the way they did it because, like,
I'm sorry, one more time. Lost what?
Lost Speedways, season 2, I think episode 5 or 7. I'm not sure which one. I haven't watched it in a while. The dude sent me the screenshot last night, and I was like, oh, yeah.
Sorry, season 2. I'm trying.
Season 2, season 5. Just look for Lone Star or something like that. Lost Star. I don't remember.
Gotcha.
But and it's like, and my wife came home. She was at a thing, and I posted it on Facebook, and she said, "So did you take that screenshot and post that?" I'm like, "Well, I posted it, but somebody sent it to me." I said, "I haven't watched that in a long time."
I gotta check it out,
dude. It's really good, and the way they put it all together, it sounds like Dale and I, because it's like, okay, here's me telling the story about something. And then they pull up Dale, and he's finishing the story.
It's your all's VO back and forth.
Yeah, it's like back and forth. It's like Dale, Rodney. It's actually pretty fucking cool.
That's pretty cool, man. I got goosebumps, man.
Yeah,
I got
check
goosebumps.
it out.
Cool. I'm gonna check it out today, brother.
Shameless
you
plug.
Sandbagging guy. I never knew that. I never knew you did something with Dale Earnhardt.
It was in the pandemic. And
I'm
assuming this smart ass. I'm assuming this smart ass
put on a portfolio, dude.
I know. Oh, I know. I'm assuming this smart ass sent me that picture because I was like very thin face back in the day. I didn't have quite as much gray hair. Was this you? It's got my name on it. There's another Rodney Rodriguez. Rodney Rodriguez y Los Cucuys. It's a guy who has a conjunto band. That ain't me. The Texas racing broadcaster, that is me.
That ain't me. I ain't no senator's son. Oh,
Wax,
right.
Where do we watch? Where do we watch our hockey tonight? Where do we watch our softball?
We do it with audio-visual consultations. The best in the business, been setting the standard in audio-visual automation for the past 38 years, since 1988, man. Over 38 years, or over 35 years. Since 1988, they've been getting it done, man. No job's too big, no job's too small. Just give them a call. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. You can get, the trifecta, the holy trinity, if you want, in your house, with a 265 inchers and 175 incher. Then you can also go the dual route that I have, where you got the side-by-side 50 inches if you want, or you can go the video wall route. 4 TVs, put them all together, and then get it all playing whatever you want, man. It can be singularity, or it can all be done in a group setting, man. It's fantastic, dude, and make that video wall. But you give Tom McKay the call. It's 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. Hey, man, it's summertime. Ask them about what they can do to your patio, right? You outside, you want to be outside, but you want to be in the pool, but you want to watch your sports too, or your shows. Sounds like the perfect opportunity for you to call audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678 are those lottery numbers again. And then also the website is avconsultations.com.
Yeah, and as Tom has mentioned a couple of different times, Texas Stars draw it 2-1, and they'll play again tonight.
Here we go.
At the HEB Center in Cedar Park. A couple hundred tickets shy of having it sold out the last time. Let's sell it out. I can't make it. We've got some birthday stuff here. I gotta be a good dad. I mean, I don't have to. I'm going to be a good dad. I would do it
to be a good dad.
Yeah, even, and it never stops. It's like set a good example, which I haven't always done, but I try to now.
What else we got on the slate here, amigo?
Wags, I'm afraid to tell you, and I'm wearing this Dallas Cowboys shirt today.
Why are you afraid of anything here?
Because the whole thing is the Micah Parsons thing. The whole thing with Micah Parsons. While it's been kind of quiet, here we go. It's starting up. I think it was Clarence Hill that reported yesterday on the X. And again, that's one of those DFW guys that when he reports the Cowboys, like our man Nick Harris, when they report something, it's something that they know internally or whatever. So Micah Parsons plans to go to minicamp. He's at OTAs. He's doing all of this. But in the tweet that Clarence Hill sent out that was referencing Micah Parsons replies and says, "We'll see what happens with the contract. It's in the owner's hands." Oh, Lord. Here we go. The clown show is about to start, Wags. Ready for the back and forth? There'll be Micah on podcast. Jerry will start talking about baling hay.
Yeah, kind of like how it was with CD, right?
Same shit. Dak Prescott. Here we go again.
Now, I am intrigued because I feel like there is a really good relationship between Micah Parsons and the Dallas Cowboys, or at least with the front office, right? And ultimately, I do feel like a deal is going to get done. Am I completely off my rocker or just reading this wrong that this is engineered or construed for marketing purposes? Like that's kind of what I've been conditioned to feel with the Dallas Cowboys in the offseason, right? Everything has a purpose. Everything is calculated with Jerry Jones. They have the money right now to get the damn thing done, right? Why are you procrastinating? Why are you constantly in the headlines all the time? Like, why do you have to dominate the market in the headlines? Even though there's nothing going, like, we're waiting for Aaron Rodgers to sign, but Jerry Jones has to make this thing with Micah Parsons prolonged, right? Even though we know it's going to get done. It's because they constantly have to be in the fold or in the limelight. That's my opinion. Am I nuts or wrong?
It's
you
not
guys are Dallas Cowboys home. Like, tell me.
It's not crazy to think that, because that is the case. I mean, the Dallas Cowboys want to be forefront to everything. Whatever's going on, it's got to be about the brand, and that's what's so damn frustrating. Whether this is internally generated or whatever the case is, and the players could all know what's going on. Like what
is the money not there for Parsons? Seriously? That's a legit question. I didn't look at the finances, or I didn't look at the cap space here, but I'm pretty sure that they moved stuff around last season to prep for this.
Yeah, you can make this happen. You can make this happen because they did. I mean, you restructured Dak, you restructured CD less than a year after you signed them, after all of that crap show that goes on. So boom, you got egg on your face again. But the whole thing with this is, for the life of me,
wasn't it staggered for a reason?
Yeah, but they had to go in there and rework it up a little bit more anyway. The guaranteed money is what it all
right. The guaranteed money. What's dead money? Right, exactly.
Yeah. But when it comes down to this, what you've allowed to happen yet again is you're letting all these other guys get paid, and I'm assuming TJ Watt at some point is going to get paid. Lord, if you let that dude get paid before you figure out
if he sets the market before Micah Parsons sets the market. Again, it happens every year. Why not get ahead of this thing and you set them? It feels like we say this about Jerry Jones all the time, but he's just like, nah, when the market's set, I'm going to be the new market, right? He waits until everything's done and he's just like, nah, here's some yacht money. Here, take some Dallas money. You know what I mean? Just sprinkles it on.
And that's where
it's mad. It is maddening to see this go down. I'm so glad I'm not a Dallas Cowboy fan, because I would be so frustrated knowing damn well that the money is already there. It's been accounted for. You're waiting for deals to get done so the price tag increases.
That's where it's like it really is so frustrating, because you can have all the money in the world, that's great, whatever, but there is a cap here, and that's where I think college sports is going to change so drastically once all this legislation happens, and we have revenue sharing, and you have caps that are going to be put on stuff to where it's like, for example, Texas. What do people say? They've got all the money in the world, but if it's capped at some point, that kind of changes things a little bit. How you're going to allot things, and
sure.
But with this and now it's going to be the war of words. It's going to be every time you look or you turn something on, boom, there's Micah Parsons, and here's Jerry, and this team. They're
going to do what the Cowboys do, and
they're going to do what the Cowboys
bring news to the NFL. That's it.
And I have to tell you,
they're the divas. They're the soap opera of the NFL, right?
It's soap opera. Dallas, like the old soap opera, J.R. Ewing and Sue Ellen the Drunk and Cliff Barnes and Mrs. Ellie and all them. I mean, it's the same shit. And the whole thing is, I've seen Shoddy. Shoddy seems energetic. He seems, very. At least he doesn't sound. Look, I mean, let's be honest. He's a puppet, no doubt about it. But at least he doesn't quite sound quite as bad.
No, I got you. I'm seeing all these. I want to get in this fucking conversation on the chat channel here.
Well, see, we got to do that at your house. But I don't know.
I'll be doing it I'll be doing it when the guys get in here. I'll jump in.
How long does a pool take? How long is this going to take? Like 6 months, isn't it? It takes a while.
No. Target date September, buddy.
Oh shit. Oh,
yeah. So we're breaking it open for Monday Night Football.
Damn. Hey, Monday Night Live watchcast from Wag's Pool.
You know what? We could do shows from the house too now.
Sure, we can. Hell, we're doing them now. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, our two.
We're talking about like a live show. We can go back pool. We can go pool. We could go pool party, huh? pool party, have Katie given or have Miss Katie with some drinks behind us. That's some good scenery, guys.
There you go.
That's some good scenery.
There you go. I'm getting jazzed up for football season. College football Saturdays.
So, Ike, if you're joining late, these guys were hitting us with obscure quarterbacks or just random quarterbacks from 2005 to 2015. That's kind of been what the name flooding has gone through. And I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you could tell that they were mostly quarterbacks there, some sprinkled in. But yeah, it's been a fun little show watching these guys go. Rodney here on the sidebar with us. Me and Rodney on the sidebar while you guys are over here.
Yeah, it's like
a really good conversation going down.
I think you and I could be doing this show in Spanish, and people would keep posting over there.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
great show, guys. Thank you, the coach.
The show has a mind of its own. Like the video, guys, you know that. You got to stick around for one more hour after the boys get off the air, and then wait for that midday mashup to go down. But like the video and give us all the attraction and attention we need here on YouTube.
Yeah. The coach, Ben Johnson, our coach, not that dude in Minnesota. Seconds denomination for the second hour. He says LFG boys. And he says Texas World Speedway, Lonely Star. And he was lost, lonely, something like that.
Lonely Star. Good. All right, right on. Let me annotate that.
It's a house.
Jake
Well,
Locker's
you watch it.
Good pool, CB. That's a great pool. I thought Jake Locker was going to be fantastic in the NFL, and boy, was my evaluations wrong. I was Brian Bellick right there. I was Brian Bellick with all the intangibles.
Yeah,
He's one hell of a quarterback evaluator. Brian Bellick is.
Absolutely.
He'll tell you that too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Quarterback CJ Stroud is not throwing at OTA. He's got a little shoulder thing. It seems to be causing panic.
Does CJ Stroud does he need to throw for you?
You don't need to throw.
Oh,
No.
you're not a Texans fan though. We just established that. You're a
I don't dislike him. I've never been able to.
That's an odd thing for me to comprehend. How are you Dallas football and Houston baseball?
It's weird, right?
That is weird.
I was an Oilers fan, not near like the Cowboys, but I was an Oiler. Hell, I got him back here. You know, I was an Oilers guy. I mean, Earl.
Oh, there you go. All right.
But it, I don't know, man. The Texans thing for me, it's never, like I said, it's not that I don't dislike them when they get in the playoffs. Well, when they get in the playoffs, I'm like, oh, okay, they'll win a game. But it's like, I don't know if sounds stupid. I don't know if it's the uniforms. I don't know if to me the mascot is boring. I mean, I don't know what it is. I've never been able. It could be that in their first game in 2002 they beat my team. That could be part of it. Bitter. I don't know. I've just never felt the Texans. I don't know what the deal is.
Jared Goff is Jared. I thought we were going low key names here. CB.
Yeah, that's an MVP
Jared
candidate
Goff's a
right there.
marquee name, amigo. That's a marquee name.
Yeah, that ain't no run of the mill quarterback right there. Are you kidding me?
I'm trying to think mid majors that have made it or kind of been splashing around like. Brock, I don't even know if Brock Purdy's in that mold, right? Brock Purdy's outside of the 2015, and with all the success that Brock Purdy's had in the NFL, I would think that his name is marquee status and not just the Iowa State quarterback anymore, right?
How about Tom Slow Ass Brady? He did all right.
Oh no, that's outside. That's outside.
Oh, that's further back. Yeah,
it's outside. I was going to go with Drew Henson over Tom Brady.
Yeah, that dude's old. I forgot.
But that's outside. That is outside the numbers.
Yeah.
I want to say Ken Dorsey, but I know Ken Dorsey's like 2002 or like 2001 frame.
The legend from Miami?
The legend offensive coordinator, Ken Dorsey from the Miami Hurricanes. Yes.
Miami Heisman winning trophy quarterback Gino Tortilla? Or what was his name?
Yeah, no, Gino Toretta. Gino Toretta, that's like late 80s / early 90s.
Yeah, great.
That dude, he was great in college, bro. And then all of a sudden just shit though. I mean, just that's usually what happens. Or not usually, but that's a tale too known too well though.
Did he go to Cleveland? Is he on that list?
Where did Gino Toretta go?
I remember where Gino
Toretta. Did he not go to Washington?
I think he was there at one time.
That was Heath Schuler.
That's another one. Do you remember that guy? Or it's like Heath Schuler, old number 5. There you go. Right
fun fact: Heath Schuler dated I actually got turned down by my buddy's aunt.
Nice.
She was a absolute smoke show.
Damn.
And to think classic 90s, bro.
Wow.
Classic 90s, bleach blonde hair, coming off the big wave from the 80s. You know what I mean? Like it classic, like classic 90s, bro.
She could have done like Kelly Stafford. Remember that story came out that Kelly Stafford got boned by the backup quarterback to make Matt Stafford jealous at Georgia?
No.
Well, I don't know. Got boned. I mean, they went out. I mean, yeah, I was like, she was like, I got with the backup quarterback to make him jealous. True story.
Matt Stafford's wife did that?
Yeah, she fine.
They're married, right?
Yeah. Got a lot of kids, got thousands of kids. Yeah.
Oh, I hope you're telling the truth. Oh, I don't know. That don't sound right, man.
Look it up. Look it up. That was reported on the internet. Can't be wrong.
That don't sound right, bro.
She got with the backup quarterback at Georgia to I'll learn you, Matthew. I will show you your Dallas ass. It's true story. True story.
True stories.
He's got Mano. Jordan knows the Dallas scene up there.
I think you're on it 90%.
Oh,
she did it while they weren't together, before they got together, and he knew about it.
That's still tough. That's still
tough.
I don't know if I can get that down. I just don't. I don't
What's
know
worse?
How we move forward with that.
Is that worse, or is Stafford falling off and taking out that that photographer while he was
that
drunk?
lady down. Didn't help her up. Oh man. I like Kelly Stafford, by the way. She does great things.
I like them both. Stafford's my favorite.
I like Matt Stafford.
Hey, did you know?
I'm a huge Matt Stafford fan. To be honest.
Did you know his catcher or he was the catcher for Clayton Kershaw?
Also, one of my Marines played on that team with them. Alex Recker. Big shout out to Alex Recker. He was the second base or first baseman on that team. So
damn.
Yeah.
Imagine living in the Highland Park school zone and going and being a Marine. Some stones on that dude.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you got to see this guy. He looks like Reacher. You seen the movie Reacher? Like the dude looks almost like a carbon copy
like
of
Tom
Jack
Cruise
Reacher.
or like Thad Castle?
What's that?
Like Tom Cruise Jack Reacher or the TV show Jack Reacher?
The TV show, the guy that from Blue Mountain State.
Right. Thad Castle. Yeah.
Yeah. That guy.
What are these names we're naming? These quarterback names?
Okay, so we wanted to give you a little bit of an insight to this, right? So it's 2005 to 2015 obscure quarterback, just random quarterbacks. Not like marquee. Some marquee names have popped up. I think they're running out of some steam here, but it's been continuous all throughout the show. It's just been obscure quarterbacks, like mid-major quarterbacks, or not even mid-majors, like USC quarterbacks that maybe had a breath of air in the NFL, right? Like
go Sean Rutherford, Texas State.
I hit him with the Sean Hill, bro. I hit him with the Sean Hill from Maryland, man.
Have we seen a Taylor Martinez yet?
I want to say yes.
I mean, shit. Nebraska had a QB with Martinez as his last name for like 10 years in a row. It felt like.
I know, right? Same dude, I think, the whole time.
It was family. It was the same family.
The cousin of a cousin of a cousin of you.
I don't actually think they're related.
No, I'm
kidding.
No.
Oh, yeah. How about Michael Brewer, Texas Tech / VTech? Like Travis alum.
Good
Brewer. Yeah, Michael. Number 16. Am I right about that?
Good.
Yes, sir. And I can't remember if Charlie Brewer was already at Baylor by 2015. He played for a long time.
Yeah.
Much longer than he should have. He should have medically retired like in high school.
Crazy.
But
crazy stuff.
Cody Spano. Hey. His father was my freshman year offensive line coach, Kyle Spano. Crazy. Now at Bastrop, coaching the Bears.
Bastrop Bears. Nice.
I mean,
Tyler Bray.
He's almost too good for this. Does he count?
Who?
Trevon Boykin.
Oh, I just didn't hear what you said.
No, that's a play. That's a play. I don't think that's. That's too.
I don't know if he's obscure.
That's what I was saying. He might be too good for it.
Yeah, he had some.
No, I see Cam Newton was thrown in here.
No, you can't.
Because of how Trevon Boykin's college career ended. Maybe in like the most Blue Mountain State way ever. I think he has to be included on the list.
I don't know if Rodney's seen that show. Rodney, have you seen Blue Mountain State?
Negative.
Got to add that to the list. That's you got to put that down.
The list is now a scroll. It's like
when you're on the road and you need something to watch some Blue Mountain State.
Got it.
Cult classic. Cult classic.
Love it. Got it.
All right, boys. I'm going to bid y'all adieu. Have a great show, man.
Wait. I got one more.
All right, what's up?
Vinny Testaverde Jr.
There's a junior?
When he came in the Texas Tech game as a walk-on for the Red Raiders.
I did not know that.
I remember that one.
That's a great pool. Vinny Testaverde Jr. Who got him? Who was that Nepo baby?
I don't think they got him. I
don't know what I got. I have it somewhere. I have a Vinny Testaverde Dallas Cowboy jersey. Well, I was coming back from Fort Worth or something, and I went through and I stopped.
Respect.
I stopped at the pro shop. I stopped at the pro shop at the old Texas Stadium, and Vinny had been gone for a little bit. They had it for like $10. I'm like, why not?
He was only there for a year, right?
Yeah, it wasn't there very long.
So he came in after, like CB said, Quandre Diggs when he knocked Mahomes out of the game. Vinny Testaverde, because they had all these other injuries, he was a walk-on and came in as a backup. They also – I can't remember if that was around the time that Baker Mayfield got screwed because they had all the injuries to their 3 scholarship QBs. He played as a walk-on freshman. And then they refused to give him a scholarship the next season, so he transferred to Oklahoma. The rest was history.
Yeah, nice.
But
party at the Goat House. Party at the Goat House. Rodney, you got to watch it, man. You got to watch it.
I'll check it out. All right, guys. See y'all mañana.
Y'all have a good one.
Awesome. We'll see you. Well,
hump day on the Lone Star Playbook. I'm gonna do the intro today. We're gonna mix it up a little bit. We had a pretty big name come off the board for Texas yesterday. We're still having news kind of flow in about the June 1st elite camp, and now we are right in the middle of the week. So let's go ahead and prep for official visits too. Not only that, but Texas is hosting even more prospects on Friday, right as those official visitors are coming in. So we've already had a busy week, and it is continuing that way. Jordan, you had a good amount of content come out yesterday about the elite camp. I know Eli Johnson is one. You also talked to Miami Riley. Where would you like to start in terms of coverage from Sunday?
I mean, there's not much left that I don't think we've hit on quite yet. With Eli Johnson, talked a lot about him yesterday and the day before. Haven't really hit on Miami Riley. He was there. So Texas, they were doing this youth camp in the morning hours, and registration for the high school camp, the elite camp, started at like 11:30. So kids started showing up to that around 10:30. Meanwhile, the youth camp was up at the Bubble, whereas the elite camp, they're going into the Moncrief complex right next to the facility. So reached out to Miami, just assumed he would be on campus because, he's an Austin kid that's committed to Texas. And he picked up the phone. It sounded like he was like at a concert or something. And I was like, where are you at? It's like 8:30 in the morning. And he was up at the elite or at the youth camp watching some young kids work out, and was just there with Bam. Bam had some of his, younger clients and their parents that were there at the youth camp, and just kind of hanging out, coaching, taking photos with kids. He's the Texas commit, all that, just enjoying the moment and the spotlight. And after that, went over to the camp. Didn't camp at all. Just watched one of his best friends, Antoine Baker. He's this kind of like 6'3", 170 pounds, like super long limbs, skinny player that has a really long way to go, but has great track times. And what he's put on film so far, it's, the arrows pointing up. So he's picked up like 7-8 offers in the last month alone. His nickname is Sticks because he's always been super skinny. And they said his legs look like sticks. That's what everyone at LBJ calls him. So he got an invite, wasn't necessarily a guy on the Texas radar, but, if you're Texas and you're in a hotbed like the state of Texas and in Austin and Centex that just had like 5 players drafted in April, you got to, send these invite outs to the late eval guys just in case. You want to make sure you're not missing anything. And I mean, hey, Miami was there to cheer on his friends, support him. And then after, went to the pool party, got to hang out with his buddy a little bit more, talk with the Texas coaches, and then, hey, go home. So got to talk with him in the parking lot after. I asked him, hey, are you relieved to have your recruitment over? Are you relieved to have your phone, not ringing anymore? And he's like, man, my phone's still ringing a bit, but it's not coaches anymore. It's it's people trying to interview me about Texas. And I thought that was funny, and just, enjoyed the campus, being back, and, a little bit of a different vibe since it was his first trip back as a Texas commit. So nothing really too major right there. Love the kid, love the player, excited to see what he does as a junior, aiming for 120 tackles. He put up, I believe, 82 as a junior, 79 as a sophomore. And he's doing that at LBJ, where he doesn't get to play the second half because the score is like 48-0 at halftime. So with him moving to Anderson, that plays in a better district, a 5A district that's competitive, like he could very well get 120 tackles. So very excited to see what he does. But that's kind of it for me from the elite camp. I feel like we've covered so much there already.
I think you're right. I think it's time for OV prep and maybe a little bit of June 6th.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, please keep naming these obscure QB names. Bryce Petty is not an obscure QB name. He was a starting quarterback for Baylor when they were like a top 10 program.
He counts. It's at this point, it's just guys that didn't have a good NFL career. So I'll throw in one right now: Christian Hackenberg, Penn State. Although he was damn good there. Jordan, we
Zach
saw
Mettenberger.
Zach Mettenberger, man, that's a good one. Jake Locker, although I think he's too notable. Anyways, we had
Wait, sorry, last thing. Do you remember the 5-star quarterback out of Stephenville that was going to Baylor, got out of his letter of intent?
Yeah.
Was who?
Jared Stidham.
Yes. Bingo.
But he started a good amount of NFL games. He ended up at Auburn. He played for the Pats for a while. I think he played for someone else. He started some games. He actually started over Cam Newton that year. But that didn't work out. Anyways, yesterday.
Okay. CB, I get your point. Sorry, Will.
Yeah. Yes. Yesterday, last night, Justice Fitzpatrick out of St. Thomas Aquinas in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, committed to Georgia. That name may sound familiar. Fitzpatrick at cornerback. It's no coincidence. It's the brother of Minkah Fitzpatrick, quite the younger brother. I believe there's about a 10-year gap between them. Minkah played at Alabama and then was drafted, I believe, in the first round to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Although, Justice was speaking to Alabama, and they were actually, maybe in the second tier of contenders. It's a completely different staff. No one is still in Tuscaloosa from when his brother was there, and they were never considered to be, a leader because of the legacy. Commits to Georgia over Texas and Miami. That was considered the top three. He was, I believe, the highest rated cornerback that Texas was scheduled to bring in for an official visit. I'm going to doubt that he actually makes it to campus at this point. Will Texas replace someone? Replace him with someone on the OV schedule? That's a pretty good question. They did add Travis Stevenson to the board a couple of weeks ago, a Georgia Tech commit, high 3-star guy. Samari Matthews, who I believe is kind of the crown jewel of the cornerback class this year. He's there. And then you already have Hayward Howard. So, Jordan, I know there's one guy who's ranked as a top 20 cornerback in the country who you would like to see Texas get involved with, Mr. Jason Bradford out of Temple. But at this point, I think it may be a little bit too late. He's been committed to Oklahoma State for a while. And overall, I kind of doubt that Texas even adds someone to the cornerback, target list at this point.
Yeah, you're probably right. For Jason Bradford, he actually might flip to Kansas pretty soon. But I don't think it would ever be too late for him, to be honest with you, when it comes to Texas. So what I think will end up happening, I'm just going to share my screen so it's kind of easier to see it, to picture it. So these are all of the defensive back guys that they're bringing in for official visits. Now, this does not count Jalen Lott as a DB, who is likely to end up at receiver if he were to go to Texas, but there is a chance he could play corner. Jermaine Bishop, too, that's still up in the air. They're going to figure that out when he gets there. So you already have a true boundary corner in Hayward Howard Jr. You got to keep him. LSU is probably going to try and keep at him the whole time, up until signing day. He's a kid from New Orleans. Will Texas be able to keep him? I'm not sure, but I'm not losing sleep over it. Again, it's a kid from New Orleans that LSU wants. So after that, you have Miami Riley, who is not going to decommit. He's going to sign with Texas in December. And then Jermaine, who is kind of up in the air. Justice Fitzpatrick, like you said, wouldn't expect him to end up officially visiting Texas. If he does, that'll be a big deal. Samari Matthews, Clemson kind of dropped out of it overnight, added Miami, took Ovi there. He made it out of that uncommitted, so that is a good thing. And then Chase Gallicutt. He is, I think, more of a safety than anything. Texas is now kind of recruiting the defensive back position instead of corners or safeties. It's just DBs and Dwayne Akina's defense. But with Gallicutt, he pretty much is a true safety, not like it doesn't really backpedal or watch his junior year film. Not a guy who has backpedaled a ton.
He system weights, and it was a good approach for him last year.
Yeah, and just displays the range all the time. And then Devon Benjamin, kind of being pursued, I guess, more at safety than corner. He's ranked by 24/7 Sports as a corner. But he is kind of like a true defensive back take. He can play anything. It doesn't matter where he ends up. That will be decided by how the other guys in the class do. And then you have Travis Stevenson, who has given every quote on record that he's locked in with Georgia Tech, said he wouldn't be taking OVs elsewhere, and then he dropped a schedule with like 4 other schools besides Georgia Tech. So Blake Gideon – isn't that crazy, right? Blake Gideon goes to Georgia Tech, lands a great early commitment. Hey, everybody's trying to steal him. So wonder how he's feeling now. He's the defensive coordinator over there, not DB's coach. He's the linebackers coach. So still involved in the recruitment. But with Stevenson, he also is going to OV to, I believe, Auburn, Georgia, and Florida State besides Georgia Tech. And I do think that Georgia and Auburn and those other programs are all pushing for him harder than Texas currently is. So
yeah, he was out of Florida State last weekend. There's a couple of reports that it went very well. So he's already started. He's got, as we mentioned, Texas this weekend, and you can see it right there. And then he'll go to Auburn for a midweek visit next week. And then he'll have Georgia Tech kind of in the middle right there, and finishes it out with Georgia. So Georgia is, I would imagine, we don't know a ton on Travis Stevenson, but from everything I've seen, it seems like if Georgia really extends an offer here, and it's committable, he's the last OV, and that would, by default be the school to look out for. But I think Texas is hoping that by the time he makes it to, even back to GT, he's a Texas commit.
Yeah, and also worth bringing up, where he's from, Quitman, Georgia, it's South Georgia. Like, he's closer to the Florida State campus in Tallahassee than he is to Atlanta or Athens. So location could play a factor. Auburn is about the same distance from Quitman as Quitman is to Georgia Tech. So Texas is kind of the outlier here. I guess you could say they're in driving distance if you want to make that about 11, 12-hour drive, but nothing compared to those other programs. So very curious to see what they can do. Pretty much like if I had to label what type of recruitment this is, I'd say a wild card. But hey, who knows? We'll see what happens this weekend. And it'll be interesting. If you had to ask me if an offer ends up getting extended, how would it work? When would it happen? I think it would very much be in the season. There are several guys they like, but not enough that they've quite offered yet. Think about Grayson Littleton. They had him on campus in March of last year, unofficial visit. It was for his team's, his 7-on-7 program was in town for a tournament in Houston. That same program that Mark Bowman took his first ever visit to Texas. It was that day. And met with Texas for a minute, talked to Terry Joseph, not too long, but, I guess for a little bit. Really liked the campus, got a general facilities tour, and I mean, he told Tom Loy and I the next day at that tournament in Houston that, like, if they offered, they would be his #1 school. He just loved the feel there, the vibe, the campus. And then, hey, out of nowhere on like a Tuesday night, he decommits from Clemson, posts a Texas offer 2 minutes later. Texas offered him, got him to decommit from Clemson, took a visit to Michigan, then went to Texas, committed to Texas on that visit, signed with Texas. He's already enrolled. So they're very smart with how they do their late senior evals. 9 times out of 10, if a kid's getting offered in fall of his senior year, it's not a kid that they just discovered then. It's just one that they're kind of keeping warm and keeping as an option. So I think that's what will end up happening if they do end up extending another offer outside of the month of June. It'll be in like September or October or November where, it's a kid that they've kept warm. I've already had on campus to where a flip is kind of easy. And also, like, one thing I brought up a little bit, there's going to be like a ton of movement this cycle right before the end of signing day. All these programs in the region that are coaching for their jobs, if they don't win a certain amount of games, that is going to have a domino effect on the entire region in recruiting. Kids are going to be decommitting because their head coach just got fired and they don't want to play with whoever the school hired. So that, leaves a lot of recruitments open in the week before signing day. Texas, they haven't really had a, crazy finish, I would say, to signing day. Last year, they obviously got Justice Terry and Michael Terry committed on signing day when he'd been silent since August. But, like, they haven't really picked up a run of commitments leading up to signing day since that 2022 cycle when they got, like, Kelvin Banks, all the other O-linemen, all that. So we'll see what happens. A senior eval, I think, and the DB position is towards the bottom of priorities with the class they signed last year. And also, what the priorities are at the other positions that are in much worse states like linebacker, tight end. It's not as important as those right now. So I'll be curious to see what happens. But you just want to turn it back to
I actually wanted to talk about a couple guys that I think could receive senior evals from Texas. And I'm just going to go in-state for now because we don't know the national cornerback board as well as, we could to say out of the top, 50 or top 100 cornerbacks, here could be the guys. So out of Texas, I think a double back on Jamarian Vincent would probably be the first move. Although since Jamarian Vincent's been committed to Baylor, and that has been since late January at this point, he hasn't heard from Texas, I believe, at all. I think the only other schools really contacting him were Oklahoma State and UNLV. And he's pretty locked in with that Baylor commitment. But I know that if Texas were to get back involved, then he would be interested. Savorian Martin out of Palestine would be very interesting, especially with, Texas potentially making a move on Kavian Bryant at some point in the next day or two. Is that super likely with Kavian Bryant? Maybe not, because of the other factors with him, wanting to play basketball and think that we've talked about on the show before. But having his teammate, with the Texas offer would definitely help. Victor Lincoln out of Lancaster, committed to Oklahoma State now, was one time committed to SMU. Kind of an odd recruitment and not really one that I think Texas would get involved in, but still a top cornerback in the state of Texas. Xavier Harmon out of Conroe and Zachary Taylor out of Jordan. Those are the two that I think would very likely give Texas a good look. Marcel Gibson out of South Oak Cliff is another interesting one, but he's committed to Clemson, and we know how well Clemson, keeps their commits, doesn't let them visit other places.
That's Tashawn Gibson's nephew, by the way.
That's right, yeah. So there's a good little list, circle back on Brock King, maybe. There's a couple there that, like, it would make sense for Texas. I think Savorian Martin makes a ton of sense for Texas, and it's someone that I always thought at some point in this cycle, whether he ends up committing or is even involved with Texas, the Texas is gonna show some interest at some point. He's, in my eyes, the best true cornerback in the state.
Savorian Martin.
I believe so. True cornerback, as in that is the position that he primarily plays. So we are ruling out any two-way players.
For me, he's like literally the same exact type of cornerback as Jason Bradford. And I don't get why why one is an 88 3-star and why one is a top 247 corner, because I think they're a lot more similar than people think. But I mean, I don't know. If Texas ends up they can't offer both those kids, it would have to be one of them just because they're basically the same type of player. But hey, not too hot of a take. I'm a big Savory Martin fan. I've been pushing for a bump from our scouting team for a long time. So we'll see. But they have had him at camp before, so they are aware of Savory Martin.
Is Mike Gundy just untouchable in Stillwater? No, he is not. And I think based on what happened through the offseason at Okie State, probably the biggest thing is that they fired his entire staff. I actually don't think that a single assistant is still with the team. They got new coordinators on both sides of the ball. They might have kept one positional coach just as a recruiting holdover. But basically every single assistant that was coaching for Oklahoma State last year is no longer there. Texas got one too, Jason McIndoe, who was their tight ends coach last year, and is now some kind of offensive analyst with Texas. He is not untouchable. I do think that he'll be fired. I think Oklahoma State is not going to win more than 6 games. And I think that is kind of, although, that's a low bar for a guy like Mike Gundy. And it wouldn't be surprising to see him hit it, but I don't think he will. He's out, and Dave Aranda is out as well.
Do you know who they play second game of the season?
I know they do play a good out-of-conference schedule this year, right?
They're playing Oregon and Eugene.
That's right, yeah, Oregon and Eugene. That could be one where Oregon wins by, 30 or 40.
What are we talking about? Hoss Haney's going to be hitting a shmoney dance on Phil Knight in the end zone.
Is he the confirmed starter there? Is that the
I don't know if they've announced it, but he's going to be the starter. With what they're paying him, they'd be ridiculously stupid to not make him the starter. He's like the highest paid guy on the team. But with the problem with Oklahoma State and why people are like, no way, and Gundy's seat is hot. They were picked by everyone to win the Big 12 last year. They returned 19 of 22 starters from 2023 to 2024. They went 0-9 in conference and 3-9 overall. So that is why everyone except Gundy was fired. That's the only way he was able to retain his job. Is it going to work with the new staff? Are they going to win more than 3 games? I think so. But you look at their schedule, the only guaranteed wins here, Tennessee Martin, Tulsa.
Wow, is Tulsa a guaranteed win?
They also have a brand new staff.
Is this one? I know Oklahoma State and Tulsa do play home and home.
No, it's in Stillwater.
It's in Stillwater.
I don't think they'll beat Baylor. They should beat Arizona. Arizona sucks. They're not going to beat Houston. They should beat Cincy. They're not going to beat Texas Tech and Lubbock. I have no idea with Kansas. We'll see. K-State, that's an L. They'll probably beat UCF. Scott Frost is coaching over there. And then they're not beating Iowa State. So that's what? 1, 2, 3, 4,
Jordan, no more than 5 wins. I don't think they win. I think UCF by the end of the season could be pretty damn good. I think Cincy running back with Brennan Sorsby is another team that they looked, because Cincy was a good team last year and they completely went under the radar. I know they only won 6 or 7, but every game I saw them in, other than the one I saw them play, I believe against Miami, Ohio, which was one of the worst football games that I've ever seen. They look good. They have a pretty good looking offense. I really like Sorsby. And I think he's one of the best returning quarterbacks in the country. He's flown completely under the radar. He did have some issues there, but enough where I think they're in a better position than a team like Oklahoma State is going into the season.
Yeah. Since he went 5-7 last year.
5-7.
Having a mid off. Hey, I'll tell you what, some of these names, just real quick, we're going to take a break to Matey Mock. Haven't heard that name in a minute. And Chad Kelly got me thinking of Taj Boyd, Clemson legend, the one who got it started with the quarterbacks over there. And that video of him, you ever seen that video of him?
I was wondering if he was the one from the studying video.
Oh, yeah. Study video. Got some study buddies over here. What are some other good ones?
Randall Cobb at Kentucky. That was one that I didn't even think of.
Shea Patterson.
I remember him at Michigan. What did he ended up doing something, right?
Yeah, and like the Israeli Football League playing in Europe or something. I don't know. Like it's Shea Patterson. I have not heard this name in forever. Lynx Hawthorne. What you know about this, Will?
Not a thing.
What you know about this? Man, y'all are doing a good one. Y'all are doing a good job with this. Chris Durkin. Man. All right, so back to Texas official visits. We'll do the preview of the June 6th through 8th weekend. I'm gonna start it at the bottom with the specialists. So there are 3. I've never seen this many specialists visit Texas in my life in the same weekend.
They're getting them all linked up.
But Trot O'Neill, he's already committed. Number 2 long snapper in the country. Texas only recruits the best. And then we got, still need to figure out how his name is pronounced, but Mikey, we're going with
Bukakis. It's Bukakis.
Bukakis?
Yes.
All right. Would not be, okay. There's going to be 2 commitments this weekend to Texas. We can tell you that. And they're bringing in a punter from Prosper and a kicker from Georgia. That's about all the information we have for those guys. They would be scholarship takes at Texas. There you go. And hey, also worth bringing up, this punter, Bukakis, probably doesn't have the offer if Michael Kern's agent isn't like.
I was gonna, it is also notable that Texas has, I believe it'll be the first time in program history that Texas has picked up 2 players, 2 commitments from punters in the same week. One of them will be scholarship, one of them will be PWO. But Bukakis, as you said, will very likely commit at some point during the weekend or shortly after. And Garrick Hale, a punter that the Texas just flipped from Louisiana Tech. He's a 2025, so he is currently on a family trip to Turks and Caicos, and once he gets back, he's going to head to Austin and be a part of the team. So just got another punter. Of course, Jack Boomeister is the projected starter. I can't imagine anything would stop that from happening other than maybe breaking his leg. And even then, I think he'd still be the starter, as he's the only guy there right now. So we'll see him. But Bukakis, a couple of years down the line, maybe after Garrick Hale, we guess we will see. Jack Boomeister only has 1 year left.
Yep. Jake Collett, same thing. Expect to see some fireworks, maybe 2 specialist commitments. Oh, Manchester Red. Great poll. Can't believe I didn't say this one. Hey, at Lake Travis University, when it was like the run of 19 years in a row of a quarterback having a Power 4 offer, this was the guy that started it, Will. Todd Reesing. His jersey should be retired at Lake Travis. Garrett Gilbert's isn't. Charlie Brewer's isn't. Michael Brewer's isn't. Todd Reesing should be. Tathan Martell. Go shove it, CB. We don't mention Tate Martell on the show unless we're talking about his sister. Bo Jandro making it in this weekend. A 3-star linebacker out of Arizona. His brother is a Oklahoma safety commit. When did Texas offer this guy? The day after his brother committed to Oklahoma. So they're just getting in it. It'll be his first ever time in Austin. Has had some dialogue in the past with Johnny Nansen when he was at Arizona. It's an Arizona linebacker. You can bet your ass that he camped in front of Nansen as a freshman, sophomore, or went to game day visits. There is dialogue there. Now, what I'm curious about, how is this going to work with his brother? Again, Texas offered him the day after, his brother committed to Oklahoma. I do not think Texas is going to be interested in his brother. They look pretty good with safeties. They already have one committed in Yaheem Riley, going all in on Calicut. Devon Benjamin can also play that. And they signed the number 1 safety in the country last year in Jonah Williams. It's not that big of a deal compared to other positions. And also, like Texas is not going to take guys just to fill a body at the position. They want 3 linebackers this year. But if they only end up with 2, guess what? They'll go in the portal and get a difference maker just like they did with Brad Spence. So, with Bo Jandro, I'm very curious to see what the push is going to be here. We've talked about it a lot. Like linebackers, one of the most, who knows what will happen positions in recruiting this cycle. But with Jandro, I mean, there's nothing that's been shown that gives us confidence he's going to end up at Texas. Have twin brothers ever ended up at a Texas and an OU for that level of rivals in any part of college football? Don't think so. So with him, going to be very curious what the feedback will be. Is not, the highest rated player, 85 3-star. I know a lot of people are going to hate that, but hey, Gunnar Helm was an 84 3-star and he got drafted. So, curious to dive into this player more, find out what he thinks of the Texas visit. We talked about Travis Stevenson a little bit already. I don't know if there's anything else you want to share there, Will.
Not much. We already talked about it, so I think that's one that we can kind of skip. Cohen Brown.
Yeah.
Man, this is going to be a real interesting one. Texas got involved late, but there are, as you can see there, a couple of big-name schools on his OV list, Notre Dame and Ole Miss. I'm not sure where the USC crystal ball comes from. It's from a while back, right?
Yeah, he was committed to USC for like 2 months. That was put in like the day before he committed to USC. They just haven't deleted it yet.
So not much on him. Out of the receivers that Texas has gotten involved with as of late, especially from in-state, I'm not sure that Cohen Brown is the best. Is he a little bit better than an 86 3-star? Maybe.
I think so.
Is he on the level of playing at Texas? I do believe so. But honestly, looking at this receiver board, I think he would be on the lowest tier of who Texas could add. But he still is a great player. But like I said, I think he's more of a safety take than anything else.
Yeah, when they offered him, I thought it was pretty interesting. Texas had been out to Waxahachie before that this spring and did not offer him. And, I mean, nothing had changed. It's not like Texas was afraid of a USC commitment in April or May. But with him, when they offered him, I reached out to someone at Texas. I'm like, hey, is this a kid y'all are pushing for to OV and to commit? Or is this an offer that was extended in case y'all miss on some guys you can circle back in the fall and be like, hey, remember when we offered you in May? They said backup as of now, no plans on OV. And then 3 days later, he posted he was OVing to Texas. So what to expect here? No idea. I would be very surprised if he would try to commit to Texas this weekend. And honestly, I'm not sure what would be told to him. Likely no, with the other targets still being on the board. Notre Dame has kind of been the school with all the buzz in this one since he decommitted from USC. USC was starting to fill up, and he also wanted to take visits elsewhere. So they kind of mutually parted ways pretty much. At least that's what I've heard. But Notre Dame did offer the day before he decommitted from USC. So that's why, a lot of buzz has been on the Fighting Irish. Officially visited Utah this past weekend. I think that was his first and only ever time up in Salt Lake City. And then I don't think he's ever actually visited Texas before, but has likely been down to Austin, might have gone to a Texas game at some point or camped maybe at some point when he was a kid. But I personally can't think of any time I remember seeing Cohen Brown at Texas. And then Ole Miss, a complete wild card. Who knows with them? They've already hosted like 30 official visitors. I haven't seen a single one commit. I don't get why Ole Miss wastes their time recruiting high school because of what they do in the portal every year. It scares kids away from going there because they're just going to get recruited over if they go to Ole Miss out of high school. So very interesting, recruiting pitch there. But for this one, Notre Dame, I think, is the front runner. Texas, I mean, you would have to ask me after this weekend. Just kind of an interesting wild card recruitment. And yeah, so but hey, as far as a player goes, I actually really like this guy. I saw Waxahachie play Lancaster in the fall this past year. I was there to see Jake Snell, who's the number one safety in 2027. And, I always look into her database before I go to games, see some guys I want to watch out for, maybe young guys or whatnot. And I had already been a fan of Cohen Brown, and he did pretty well in that Lancaster game. The defense kind of kept Waxahachie's passing offense intact, but, Brown still showed flashes. And with him, I think he's very similar to DeAndre Moore. Very similar frames, very similar all-around skill sets. I wouldn't say they're necessarily elite at any single thing, but all around they're pretty damn solid. With DeAndre Moore, probably slightly better athlete. I believe he had better track times and testing data. Because with Cohen Brown, he has gone sub-11, but it's not like it's not short area burst quickness. It's long build up speed, if you kind of get what I'm saying. So very curious what would happen, because I do think he's kind of a DeAndre Moore Jr. or DeAndre Moore the third, because DeAndre Moore is DeAndre Moore Jr. But other guys coming in, Hayward Howard. We don't really have anything to add here. Texas just going to have to play the long game here, keep LSU away. Dylan Behrman, big visitor coming in from North Louisiana up in Monroe. What do you have to say here about Mr. Behrman?
This is one where a lot of the movement has happened before I was even in the market here. It's been, I wouldn't say a quiet spring, but one that there hasn't been a ton of news for Texas on. I don't think he's visited Texas the entire spring. And if he has, it was super early on. Purdue is the other team to watch here. I think one of our competitors has a prediction for him to land up there. They've done a great job, but if Texas really goes all out here for a top 100 prospect from the state of Louisiana, when LSU really is not even involved anymore, and your competition is Houston, Purdue, and Tech, it would be hard to imagine that he doesn't end up at Texas.
Yeah,
the crystal ball is like that.
Texas, they're looking to take 3 to 4 D linemen. There are other names above this guy on the board. Rodney Cleveland is above him. Kendall Gerville is above him. Those are pretty much the top two guys. Alden Sound is above him. But if you're Texas, I think it would be incredibly, incredibly stupid if you told Dylan Behrman no, or to wait if he tried to commit. Just I've never covered a recruiting cycle at Texas where the floor setting take for the D-line class is the number 95 player in the country.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think it would be incredibly stupid for Texas not to take him. Not that we've heard that, but there are some people who believe that because, again, it is kind of public knowledge now that he's below those other names on the board. So with Texas, I think they'll end up taking him. He has a commitment date set for June 8th or June 9th. It's going to be Purdue or Texas. You're probably like, man, how in the hell is Purdue in this thing? That staff, the Odom staff, when they were at UNLV, they were Behrman's first ever offer. They went all in on him because they knew they were never going to be at UNLV longer than 2 seasons. And then also at Purdue, they can offer him, hey, you can start as a freshman in the Big Ten. These are all the guys we coached at Arkansas. These are all the guys we coached at UNLV that turned from nothing to something to NFL players. Imagine what we can do with you. And you can start day one, and you can be the highest paid guy on the team pretty much because you're a top 100 prospect that plays into your defensive line. So with Purdue, I don't really picture them beating Texas in this, but if he does end up at Purdue, I mean, it's not surprising. This kid has handled things in a very unorthodox way. A kid from Louisiana that's the number 2 D lineman in Louisiana, and he wants absolutely nothing to do with LSU. Why? He's given quotes on record about it. He doesn't want to be in Louisiana anymore. He spent his whole life there and basically said, I feel like I have to get out to reach the goals I want to reach. And, just not really a fan of Baton Rouge or the state, that he went on record and said that. So him and LSU haven't even talked since I don't know when because they know they're not going to be able to get him. But a very interesting recruitment. And one that I think Texas would make a big mistake on if they told him no. So don't really see that happening. I also think you might be right on that he hasn't visited this spring.
Right. I don't think he's been at Texas. I don't know if he's visited anywhere. He might have been at Houston or Tech, but I'm almost 100% confident that he has not made it to Texas this calendar year.
Yeah, and I mean, last calendar year, he visited at least 6 times. He
sometimes you've seen, sometimes you've just seen all you need to see. And we see a couple of recruitments like that every year where guys don't really visit, big name guys don't visit a ton in the spring, but it is rare. And it is rare for a guy that's top 100 in the country. So
yeah, part of why he was taking so many trips to Texas was because I think they might have moved to Dallas is what I heard, but he had family that's in Cedar Park. Aunts, uncles, cousins that he grew up going to Cedar Park to go hang out with them. So he was a lot more familiar with the city of Austin area than any Louisiana kid you'll ever find. And it's because he grew up going there. other guys visiting this week. Malachi Lee. This one is very interesting. Out of Hawaii. It'll be his first ever time at Texas, and has a top 4 of Georgia, Bama, Michigan, and Texas. Like I said, it'll be his first ever time at Texas. They've been out there to see him, I think, 3 times. Johnny Nansen has gone twice to Hawaii. Kyle Flood has gone once, I believe. Originally, BYU was kind of thought of as like the main kind of front runner here. He is of LDS faith. Didn't plan on taking a mission, but like BYU, he was their number 1 lineman on the board and is of LDS faith. Like that was a very big development when they weren't in his top 4. So since that's who everyone kind of predicted the entire time, a lot of people are having different opinions on where this one will go. But right now, I think Texas is consensusly the school in 4th place. He's been to Georgia, Bama, and Michigan once, if not twice already before he took those OVs. So there's familiarity there. Michigan, I believe, is pretty much viewed as the favorite. That crystal ball has been in since he went to one of their games last fall. So expect Texas to lean on Nansen, his Polynesian ties, the Lafau, a few other guys on the roster that, come from, I guess, similar backgrounds to help in that one. But we'll see. Texas would really have to crush this OV. They like this kid a lot. Just, with him being all the way out on the Big Island and in the Pacific, it's not super easy to get him to campus. So we'll see. And for those curious, would be a swing take where he could end up playing guard or tackle depending on what the rest of the class looks like. So Malachi Lee. And also, he brought like 9 people with him to Alabama last year. Is kind of, I believe, Bama's like OT1 of the cycle. So that's something to watch there. Jamarian Carlton, this one's really interesting. I hear like different things on this guy every single day. Right now, I do not think Texas is the leader. I do not think Texas has been the leader for like a kind of decent bit of time. But because the leader and what that race is keeps changing so much, I'm just holding firm on this until it's either Texas or it's not, and I'll change it. That's how I'm going to operate it. Is committing on July 10th, as you can see. Already went to LSU this past weekend. Will be at Texas this weekend, and then A&M, then Baylor. That is his schedule. Originally had trips to USC and SMU. Those are canceled. Also had one to Arizona State that was canceled. He went to Texas Tech instead. Man, imagine going to Lubbock over Tempe. I need to talk to my guy about decision-making. But LSU, Texas A&M, Baylor, those are kind of the top 4. There hasn't been a source in Temple that has expected him to leave the state ever. It's always been an in-state focus. Baylor is a much bigger threat than people think, and they actually have led, a significant part of the spring. Right now, A&M has a lot of the buzz. They have, one of the most notable Temple Wildcats in recent years in Torian York, who is their captain of the defense, Mike linebacker, and kind of, a great face for Temple. He's helping recruit Jamarian Carlton. And also, I mean, if you look at all of these, because LSU is in it, but don't expect him to end up there. But if you look at Baylor, Texas A&M, Texas, the 3 main schools here, what is the order of playing time as an edge prospect? Texas is going to take the longest.
Right.
Baylor, look, I'll be honest. Jamarian Carlton, I think he's a great player. I think he's eventually an NFL player, but he's not a year 1 guy. He needs to redshirt. And he wants to play early. And schools know he's a redshirt guy and not a year 1 guy, but he's, the 30th year player in the country. You're going to kind of lie to him and say, yeah, of course, Jamarian, you can come compete here at Baylor to start as a true freshman. A&M can say that. Texas can't really say that because you can just look at the depth chart. So, with him, a lot of moving parts in this one, and it'll be a commitment on July 10th. I don't think that'll necessarily be final. And I could genuinely see ending up at Baylor, Texas A&M, or Texas. Texas was kind of the first love in this one. That was his dream school. I had heard from people that was his dream school for over 2 years before they offered him at the elite camp last year. They offer him. Says Texas is my number 1. It was my dream growing up to go here. His family pulled up in all burnt orange Texas gear. Proximity, I believe it's slightly closer than it is to A&M, maybe maybe a little longer. And then, Baylor's obviously like 45 minutes away from him. So it could be A&M, Baylor, or Texas. We'll know a lot more on this one after this weekend. Who else do we have on this? Devon Benjamin. Want to hit on this one at all, or?
We really talked about this one already.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we've got a good hold on it.
Yeah, it's Texas, Michigan, Miami, Ohio State, Oregon. NIL will be very important. They're kind of releasing the official visit schedule weird, but I would expect him to, take visits to all 5 of those schools I just named. Oregon, they've had a lot of buzz here, and USC has. I think they're also in this to some degree, but NIL is going to be very important, like I said. And Oregon and USC, they've had a lot of battles on the West Coast already. This will probably end up coming down to those 2 programs, but Texas absolutely loves this kid. They love the mental makeup on him, what he did on the board whenever they brought him in for an unofficial visit. So I could see them trying to play ball if it, were to come down to NIL. I could see them trying to play ball with Oregon and USC for Devon Benjamin because that is how Texas views him. Xavier Crowell, an interesting one. For the longest time, has kind of been viewed as like a Bama commit in waiting. I 1,000% think that is what is happening. He's officially visiting June 20th through June 22nd in Tuscaloosa, and then announcing a commitment on June 26th. Also, it's taken OVs to Georgia, Texas, Auburn, Florida State. But this would be a very shocking ending if it was not Alabama on June 26th. Texas undecided choice is viewed as like the dark horse, number 2 team in the race. Then Chad Scott came in. He dropped the official visit. Chad Scott eventually got him to reschedule it. And they got him down for an unofficial too. So Texas, they're giving this everything they got, but it's just going to be really hard to beat out Robert Gillespie in Alabama, who have been on him forever. And, it's a kid from small town, rural Jackson, Alabama. It's hard to top that. So there's that. And then Lamar Brown, last but certainly not least, another July 10th commitment. LSU, A&M, those have long been the 2 programs, viewed as the favorites here. Miami, they have kind of always been hanging out on the outside. Texas recently jumped into this thing. Allen Clark is the one leading the charge here. Allen Clark was who gave Lamar Brown his first ever offer whenever Allen Clark was at Southern down in Baton Rouge, extended it to him, and I think that was when Lamar Brown was like an 8th or 9th grader. But there's more ties than that. So Allen Clark's father actually coached Lamar Brown in middle school basketball. And Allen Clark, he's not from the exact same part of Baton Rouge as Lamar Brown is, but they have a lot of family, friends, connections. So, like, Texas is more of a dark horse here than Miami is. But with them getting in so late, them having the 3rd to last OB, we'll see. This would be a significant investment for if Texas were to land him in terms of dollar signs. This is a guy who's going to make a lot of money as a true freshman. And also A&M and LSU, they've been recruiting him just as hard as Texas is right now, but for 2+ years. So, like, Texas would absolutely have to hit a grand slam on the OV to win this thing. And, he goes to school literally a 10-minute walk from LSU's Death Valley. So the Tigers have always been the favorites here. That's pretty much it. I'm going to go over some of these more obscure names.
We actually we'll get to the question in just a second. Is Weston Nielsen no longer on the radar? In terms of the guys that Texas are recruiting, I think he probably has the smallest chance, and saying Texas recruiting is kind of a stretch with him. There hasn't been a lot of contact lately. I know Texas was planning on seeing him throw at some point in the spring. I'm not sure if that actually happened. He didn't camp on June 1st. We have heard nothing that he will camp on Friday. So I'm going to guess that Weston Nielsen to Texas is not something that we will push any further. Brady Knowles, yes, he was on campus. He came with Tristan Dare, another teammate at South Lake Carroll. They both left without an offer. Is Brady Knowles someone they could circle back on? Absolutely. Is he someone that I think could be next in line to get a offer as a Texas receiver? Maybe, but we kind of know who they like in the in-state receivers in 27. I don't think Brady Knowles is in that group right now. So
Yeah, hey. Parker Livingstone is like the LeBron James of Brody Knowles type receivers. You know those big athletic white boys where it's like, yo, is he actually that fast? Damn, he's actually that fast. That's Parker Livingstone is the best case scenario of that archetype of receiver. And I actually like Brody Knowles a lot. Super productive. And I think is, very much a power forward receiver. But like if he's playing in the SEC, it's likely at Vanderbilt, I think, or like a school that will make savvy evaluations and will overlook the fact that he's white because he's a good skill player. You would never believe the amount of things that non-offensive tackles or quarterbacks have to do if they're white. Like they always have to test, they always have to do track or run and play basketball or other sports. A little bit hard to get recruited. And I totally understand it. I mean, there's a Power 4 DC that specifically told me he hates white linebackers this spring. It's part of the game. But with Brody Knowles, he'll end up somewhere. His dad was a big tennis star back in the day. And then his brother's Graham Knowles, former Southlake QB, who's now at Georgia Tech, I believe is supposed to be the Georgia Tech QB starter after Haynes King moves on to being a first-round draft pick one day.
He could get drafted next year.
Yeah, he's not going first round. I was riffing. All right. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through. Jordan Lynch, what a name. That dude was at the Heisman ceremony. You remember that?
I don't.
Northern Illinois. The Northern Illinois quarterback was at the Heisman ceremony. That's how good he was. Go look it up.
Tyler Heineke at Old Dominion. We didn't know this one. I mean, he's the greatest Old Dominion football player ever. CB put JT Barrett at Ohio State. I'm a little disappointed with that one, CB.
Yeah. Hey, Antoine, I'm with you. I'm a Kavian Bryant fan. I think he is – if I'm Texas, I'm taking Kavian Bryant or Malachi Ziegler and going elsewhere from Peyton Houston. They're not going to play for like 2-3 years. That's what it's kind of projected to look like. Take the ceiling guy, the high ceiling guys, not the high floor guy. Just me personally. Man, y'all are never going to get me with the linebacker Noah. Nice try.
But Jake, if you actually got that jersey and you would like to come on the show, I think we could arrange for that. I think we could do it.
I don't know about that. We might have to run that by corporate or something. I mean, who knows? CB, Khalil Tate, fun fact. The game that Khalil Tate, see, this is a lot of people, they'll see me wearing a Colorado shirt or hoodie. They go, oh, bandwagon, you just like Coach Prime. Nope. My mom, sister, stepbrother all went to Colorado. When my sister was in high school and we were looking at Colorado, we went up there for a football game weekend. The Colorado Buffaloes, who he's not a quarterback, but awesome running back, Phillip Lindsay. What the fuck do these dudes know about Phillip Lindsay? With all that hair coming out of his helmet, walking into the stadium all chest out at like
he had an NFL career.
Huh?
He had an NFL career,
for like 3 years.
He was with the Texans a couple years ago. He was with the Broncos for a while. He stuck around.
Yeah, he's what everyone thought Deuce Vaughn was. There you go. But I was at the game with Khalil Tate when Arizona under Kevin Sumlin came to Colorado, came to Boulder, and he set the NCAA record for most rushing yards by a quarterback in a college football game. And then I believe they've stuck him on like the cover of ESPN, and it was never the same because Kevin Sumlin's dumbass is the one calling plays and running the team. Connor Cook, Michigan State. What a blast from the past. I remember that one. Paxton Lynch. Oh, yeah. Y'all are killing it today. Great job.
Yeah.
And then, like Will said, Weston Nielsen. I had someone mention like his top schools the other day. I cannot remember any of them besides Texas A&M. Like he could very well end up as Texas A&M's quarterback take, which would be interesting. Top 50 ranked player in the country, kid in the Austin area, going to College Station, and one that Texas never offered. That'd be an interesting storyline. I don't remember Chucky Keaton at Utah State. I remember Bishop Davenport at Utah State, though. What else? Yeah, Ace Whitehead to the portal. The GOAT Lampasas Badger. Gonna miss him. But, hey, it is what it is. He's doing what's best for him. I totally get it. Will, anything else you want to add before we get out of here?
Nothing else. Not a ton of NBA news. I guess we did miss the Tibbs stuff. That was right after the show yesterday. So Rick Brunson, you are the new head coach of the New York Knicks, because they're going to try on Calipari and they're going to try on Jay Wright, and they're going to fail with both. So, awful move. Actually, I say awful moves, but this is just the current state of the NBA. It's very unfortunate where you just get fired for nothing. I don't like Tom Thibodeau, though. So, I'm not gonna say happy to see the guy lose his job, but the Knicks were never going to win a championship with Tom Thibodeau.
How about our sassy friend Karl Anthony Towns?
He will
Tom
be
Thibodeau fired twice.
I believe he'll be a Phoenix Sun. I think a KD trade to the Knicks makes a whole lot of sense, and I think it's Cat for KD and some assets. If the Suns can upgrade in one of these KD trades, I think they're going to be real happy instead of just getting picks and project players back. So that's one to look out for. I think the Knicks are probably the new destination for Kevin Durant if the Rockets don't really make a hard push. The Knicks have a ton to give up. They have a lot of big contracts. So looking forward to see Kevin Durant, my favorite basketball player of all time, maybe playing in the Big Apple next year.
Hey, that'd be awesome, but Cat needs to watch out on his front porch. He might get mail bombed by Thibodeau sooner or later or something. I mean, you got him fired twice.
Cat didn't get him fired, though, And Thibodeau asked for Cat. So he brought this on himself.
God. Yeah, all these texts are going off because some dummy from our company is putting out a top 10 on a 2027 running back. Sorry. It's like no one needs to text this much.
All right.
But anyways, we're getting out of here. Up next, our friends at Fanatic Perspective are giving a few potential breakout stars for Texas in 2025. We'll be back on the stream tomorrow, 10 to 11, Lone Star Playbook. Steven, Jake Bayless, Antoine, everyone who tuned in today, appreciate y'all. It was awesome naming obscure quarterbacks. Maybe we'll do running backs tomorrow or something else. I'm not sure. And then at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay will be back on the live stream, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. And we'll see y'all. Y'all have a good one. Happy hump.